Yo, what's up everybody? How are you today? I hope everyone is doing well. Bot seems dead. I did not change anything. Ico, bye-bye. Yeah, that seems dead. Ginger online. Ginger is away right now. If you want to hit up Ginger, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, we'll make it work. No biggie. Alright guys, alright, I'm gonna say hello. Lightjack, what is up, buddy? Zero Guana, how are you? Jay Bruce, what's going on? Henkar, hello, hello. 2% Jake, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you today? Suparch, how's it going? Anthony LaRose, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Dan Power, what's going on? Icy Pig, what's up, buddy? Heard of Punch a Bunch made by Pontypants? Oh yeah, no, Pontypants is a super cool guy. He uses my he's got one of my monkeys as his Twitter handle actually. Pontypants is super awesome, dude. I haven't played the release of Punch a Bunch, but I played a pre-release demo. I played the demo a couple months ago, and it's super cool. If you haven't checked out Pontypants, you really should. Pontypants is freaking rad. Makes really good videos too. Super good designer. Largy Fun Day. Yeah, I kind of fully didn't know what I was going to work on today, so I was just like, put it on. I woke up extremely late. I somehow slept until 11. I was just like out, which is an hour ago. And then I got up and went to start getting ready, and my water's off. So I has no water, so I'm like finding my water bottle and trying to use that to like get my yeah. So our water was off, is off currently. Usually, it happens occasionally. Usually what it means is a neighboring apartment that we're connected to had like a break or some sort of issue. That's usually what happened. Have I played Punch a Bunch while streaming? I can look. I should actually do that next week. I need to get Punch a Bunch though. I haven't bought it yet. How much is Punch a Bunch? What is the cost? 15? That's not bad. That's a really reasonable price for that game. I don't think I'm going to play it today. I'm like 100% not in that mood today. Like, I think I'm in a planning, organizing, and semi-drawing mood today. So we're going to... I've decided what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to go through and kind of go through what we need to do to get Monkeys with Guns back up and running. Because I need to get that game off my mind, and I need to get back to it and just get all the things out that I need to do on it, so... Kinda ugly, but should work in game. Oh, what? The pin message? Hey, it'll work. Thank you, I appreciate it. Actually, if we want, we can do this. Where's the... There. There, now people won't try to run the commands. You can't do them anymore. They're all mine. Where? See, and this is another reason why we're probably going to run the... I want to switch over to Mix It Up Bot. I just haven't done it yet. Is just to fix this kind of issue. Because if Mix It Up Bot's just running on my PC, I've got no problems with it. Herbert, you can turn yourself into a bot? Beep boop, beep boop. Antable, what's up, buddy? How you doing? How are things going? Hope you're doing well. How goes the UI development? Antable, why am I 100% blanking on your project right now? I'm blanking on its name. It's like outside. God. Over... I feel like an ass. I'm sorry. Can you remind me of the name? Also, post a link for anybody that's interested. Antable is working on a super cool accessibility overjoyed. Thank you. I'm so sorry. My brain just like completely was like not there for a second. For those that are interested, Antable works on a project called Overjoyed, which is a overlay for games and computers in general that allows people to play games with disabilities. So like if you can't use a keyboard, it basically converts keyboard inputs with using a mouse. It's super awesome. It's a really cool project, especially for those that do struggle with, you know, certain motor functions and whatnot. So if you're interested or you know anybody that could be benefited by that, check out Overjoyed and check it out. Oh, you're streaming now too, Antible? Oh, I think the shout-out should still work. Because I think that's a Twitch thing. That's awesome, dude. Check out Antible right there. Reached a huge milestone for me on YouTube. Oh, dude, what'd you get? What'd you hit? Those milestones on YouTube can be a pain in the ass to hit, man. Some of those milestones just feel like they take forever. Yeah, so the weird thing is we have commands that run through multiple different things, right? So, some of the commands actually are triggered by stream avatars. Some are triggered by Twitch. It's kind of all over the place. It's a little complicated. Over 300 views? Dude. No, like, I 100% that, like, when you start getting over, like into triple digits on views, it is an amazing feeling. So that is awesome. Congratulations. Like that, it's hard. Those first like opening salvos of like, you know, getting like 100 views, getting, you know, when you hit like 100 subs, when you can get up to like 1,000 subs, like those milestones are huge and really hard to hit, dude. Congratulations. Enjoy it. Turning mechs into apps. Ooh. You've been playing Ratchet and Clank with Overjoyed? Oh, that's sweet. So you really got it kind of dialed in now. That's awesome. Best vids are like 2021? Dude, that's what you got to do, right? It's a slow process. That whole YouTube grind is real. A lot of people don't realize, like, they didn't see the grind for me because I started a bit higher because I did the grind years and years and years ago under a different name doing like Minecraft Let's Plays. And I know that feeling of putting up a video and having like 50 views and being like, all right, I want more, and try and get that. Yeah, it's a grind, dude. Good luck. You can do, like, the biggest thing I can say with YouTube is its persistence and keeping up with it and having some kind of schedule. That's one of the reasons like my YouTube is tanked right now, is because I took time off. It's the one thing to keep in mind though, is keep yourself balanced. Just a hobby channel? Yeah, I mean mine was too. Technically, mine is now. Well, I mean, now it's a little bit more of a hobby, but it's a little bit more than a hobby. It's kind of like a second thing, but it was started as a hobby as well. And that's how you should be doing it. If you're trying to approach doing a YouTube channel to be successful, it's never gonna work. It's too much work and not enough fun. 50 views is enough for you? Hey, the thing is whatever you're happy with, right? Like, that's what matters. Do something that makes you happy. The thing that really gets rough is as you grow, the numbers keep growing. And if you're trying to, like that's the part that, like, kills me. Like, I still remember those days of being excited for 100 views, and now I'm like, oh, it's only a couple thousand. Which, in my mind, I know sounds absolutely ridiculous. But from, you know, but then I've got to compare it against some other things and whatnot. It's just a world. The numbers always go up. I was talking to Jabril's a while ago, and we were talking about that. It's just like, it doesn't matter what metric you're looking for. Once you hit it, now you got to have another one, right? So the numbers just are always going to go up. So don't get lost. Try to not get lost in the numbers and just keep trying to make the best stuff you can. Adding native Xbox and PlayStation. Ooh. Nice, dude. Scotty3000, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Started my YouTube channel a few days ago. Watching the content's really prepared. Dude, that's awesome. I'm glad I could help in some way. I'm glad you enjoyed. Good luck. Thank you for watching the videos. I appreciate it. How do you change your name on Twitch? I don't know. It's probably in like your dashboard where you can edit stuff. I think on Twitch also, keep in mind you can only change your name, I believe, once every like 90 days. So once you change it, you're locked into it, I believe, for like 90 days. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And I would definitely say if you want to rebrand early. Because that's one thing that I see a lot of people do that I think hurts them, is they rebrand, like, or change their names and stuff in the middle of, like they're starting to grow and then they change their name or something because they don't like it anymore. Rebrand early and stick with a thing. Pick a, my biggest suggestions, pick a, especially if you want to, like, have people, like, notice or recognize you. Pick a, whatchamacallit, a profile picture. Use the same profile picture across all platforms and try and get your name the same across all platforms. Because people will run into this issue where they'll do a bunch of stuff on Discord under one name, have a YouTube under a different name, and a Twitch under a different name, and then nobody knows that the three are all the same person, so it's really hard to follow somebody. So one of my biggest suggestions is brand yourself in some way of, like, get a name, get a profile image, and keep that consistent as much as you can across all of your media. Because that way people will be able to recognize you in different places. The internet and social media worlds, we live in, like, so many different places that if you're representing yourself differently everywhere, then you don't have any, like, cohesion. Chill Jams, what's up, buddy? A dish of pasta, how you doing? A fartfish, hello, hello. Is there a self-promo channel in Discord? Yeah, we have a share your work, and we also have a self-promo channel. We got both. We got both. Click tab profile picture and settings. Oh, cool. What's the stream? I think we're gonna get... Actually, I should change the title. Bringing back... Monkeys with guns. We're gonna get that kind of organized and figure out what we need to get going with that to get that game up and running again. I talked to my buddy David, who I'm working with on it, and he's still down to get back up and going, so I think we're gonna get back into that. Trying to make insect-like things at 16 by 16. Oh, dude, legs at 16 by 16. Multiple legs is so difficult. Good luck. Good luck. You can do it. So you made Art and Ludes? Have the name not intended to cross up? Okay, well, yes. If you're intending to keep things separate, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different story. That's being done intentionally. I see people have different names and profile pictures and stuff. When they're not doing, like, different things between, like, the identities, I guess, would be the best way to call it. Is it becoming monkeys without guns? Honestly, I'm just living with it. The thing that's always made it very difficult for me is the fact that I designed that game to fit everything that it does, and I think it's so good. I didn't like the guns part, but only because, like, from the social aspect of it. And the demonetization aspects of it, but the game itself, like, it doesn't glorify guns. It has guns, like, it has like the 5 most basic gun types, and that's it. And they're, like, generic. And yeah, I'm finally just deciding. I think that I just need to get it out and move on, and not have it as a boogeyman kind of, like, looming over me, which I feel like it's been for years now. White Vault, what's up, buddy? How are you today? Hope you're doing good, dude. Dude, we gotta get on a call. We gotta get on a call. How you doing, buddy? It's been a while. By the way, if you guys don't know White Vault also, shout out. You want an amazing you like pixel art? Go check out that man right there. Beautiful, vaulty dude with a, sweet little dial nose. He will make the most beautiful pixel art you have ever seen. It's adorable. Swansai, what's up, buddy? Is your birthday? Happy birthday. My goodness, you're a... Have you seen his dial? It's perfect. It's perfectly numbered. The font is mwah. All of the calibrations are smooth. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with the Vaulty Man. It's not? Okay. Whose birthday is it? Mine. White Fault just lied to me. I thought we were friends, White Fault. Why you gotta lie? I believe you wholeheartedly. Everything you say. Alright, we're gonna dig through birthday this week. A likely story. That's what they all say. Alright, where's my Tascade? That is true. Alright, well, happy belated birthday. Bit of a professional lurker. I mean, I'm the same way. I lurk 90% of the time. Because I'm usually at work during the week now. So I'm lurking always. Sorry, finding a thing. Games. Alright, we need to break out... Ooh, this was a horrible sheet. We have autocompletes as shield instead of shoutout. How dare you? How dare you? I think we're good. It's all cool. Alright. Oh, chat, get out of there. Stop docking. It's your birthday sometime this century? I mean, I would hope so. Because if it's not, that means you probably did. Sorry, I'm trying to set up my chat in a way where it doesn't dock itself into OBS so I can read it at the same time. Alright, you come in after. Put in chat there first. Oop, lag. Forgot to load it. Sorry. That's the right one. Birthday occurs once a millennium, give or take. Really? So that makes you like 2? I don't think you're old enough to be watching this. That was a bad one. So when I load certain scenes, the first time, because I have so much stuff in them, like if you look in my scenes, they are just full of. There's so much stuff that it kind of loads in. This one's actually not even that heavy, but it ends up having so much stuff that sometimes it lags out on me. And I usually preload all my scenes before the start of the stream.
$5 a month.
Oh my goodness.
$5 a month.
Omega Leo, thank you so much for the $5 a month. Everyone put some hearts in chat, show some love. I appreciate that. $5 a month. Because that is very kind of you. One who never ages is perpetually a baby forever. I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of a baby is. Is it just based on age, or is it intelligence, or is it knowledge or awareness? I've been called a baby many times. Generally by my wife. Alright. Yeah, so, okay, we're gonna bring back Monkeys with Guns. I need to finish this stupid game. I need to get it off my mental load and move on with my life. So I want to dedicate the next couple of months, I think, to really just knocking this game out and getting it finished. I'm sporadically like set up. I have it sporadically done in like multiple different places. It's partially done here and there, partial things everywhere. So I think we're gonna get some of just the. We're gonna take a look, kind of take an assessment of where we're at, and run from there. Because I've got, let's see. Where are my mock-ups currently? Title says Brennan. Brennan! We're Brennan it back! Typing is hard. Hang on, I got it. It's weird that it doesn't consider that a incorrect word. Oh, I guess brining is a word, huh? Bringing. I did it. Okay, yeah. So this is kind of where we're at with the art, at least, of updating it to the new style. We had a fair amount of characters going. Okay. I need to do the other colors. Well, the other colors are going to be done dynamically. Nemphis, what's up, buddy? Happy return to this project. Yeah, I just got to get it off my plate. It's gotta go. It's held a place in my mind for too long. It's been years at this point, and yeah, I think I just gotta finish it. I gotta get over the fact that I have issues and just get it out. So okay, so I had a bunch of stuff there. So there's a couple of things that I definitely need to do. We're going to be bringing in. We're gonna hire somebody to do backgrounds. I started trying to fight with backgrounds again, and I was like, no, I need to not. Like, I started messing around like here, kind of playing with an idea. But I hate backgrounds. I suck at them. I'm not good. I don't like doing them. They make me upset. They make me angry, and they annoy me. So instead of me continually fighting with this, I think we're just going to look to commission them. Has Rogue Dice been updated? No, Rogue Dice is another one that's kind of like, basically the last couple of months, honestly, I have just taken off completely and haven't done anything. Like, for real. Like, nothing. I think this is the most I've done in the last couple of months. I was playing around with art and making Elden Ring characters as pixel art. I've done nothing. I've messed with Rogue Dice a little bit. Like I've plinked around here and there, but there's been nothing significant. I have been in a super bad depressive state for the last couple of months. I've been trying to hide it pretty heavily and not let people know, and I have been in a really bad place and just avoiding everything. So now I'm trying to acknowledge that, push forward, and figure out what I need to do to get my head right. And this is one of those things that's just, it's been sitting there for a really long time, and I want to get it just out, have it done, and have a project that I know I like, I enjoy. Like, this project, I love this game. It's so good. Like, Monkeys with Guns is such a fun game, and I feel like it's one of the best things I've ever designed because I've put so much time and work into it, and it's a really enjoyable game, and I need it out. Maybe stop procrastinating now, maybe later. Procrastination oh, trust me, I've got a PhD in it. Can't help with art. No worries. I mean, the thing is, it's backgrounds I'm absolutely terrible with. So I'm gonna look into. So I already am a patron of. I'm gonna butcher his name. Hang on, let me find their name. How do I get to the ones I am a patron of, not my own Patreon? View as patron. No, I want to view the ones I'm a Patreon of. Hang on. I'm a patron. Show me the people I'm... Patreon gets really confusing sometimes when you're a creator too, because it keeps showing me all of my stuff, but I want to see the people I'm a patron of. How do I get back to that? Come on. Quit being a bastard. There it is. So I'm a patron of Luizuno, and they are a fantastic pixel artist. And you're allowed to use their art with that, and their art is the ones I've already been using for a lot of stuff. Like the placeholder backgrounds that are in Monkeys with Guns right now is their work. Like I'm using... They're so good. So good. It's ridiculous. So much stuff. Like, I'm using these trees in the background of Monkeys with Guns right now and several other ones. Like this Caves one I know I was using too in the demo. So I'm considering looking at possibly using some of these and just possibly hitting them up and seeing what their commission rate is. And just using what they have. Are these free? So the ones on their YouTube, the ones here, if you've never checked them out, these assets I believe are all free or have some price attached to them. But there's a lot of these ones for free that you can go and use. Their work is phenomenal. Highly recommend. If you're looking for pixel art to use, check them out. Their stuff is so good. And I think what I'm going to do is I have access to even more as a patron, because I've been one of their patrons for a while now. So I have access to even more of them. So I'm thinking of using some of that, as well as possibly contacting them for specifics that we may need and see if we can commission some pieces as well. That's kind of my current plan, at least for backgrounds, because I hate backgrounds. I'm a character artist. When I draw and make things, I like characters and terrain and stuff. Backgrounds are a kryptonite for me. What to do about music? Music, I kind of want to reach out to Droopy. I had someone that was supposed to be doing the music, that like the music that you hear in like the devlogs and stuff was done by someone who I haven't spoken to in years. They were going to do the music for the game when I had like a budget and stuff, and I haven't spoken to them in forever. But I think I work with Droopy so much, I kind of would like to hit up Droopy and see if they have availability. I don't want to expect that Droopy would, though, because, Droopy has a life and I believe is in school and all that kind of stuff. So, but I'm gonna hit up Droopy and see if that might be a thing. I don't know what Droopy's rates are. I would like to make sure that I pay him appropriately, obviously. So... my buddy David, Warped Imagination, who I'm working with on this, basically what we're going to do, the way this stands right now, I'll give you guys kind of the overview of the current plan. He's down to get back into it. He's already got a demo that is most of the game kind of set up with some AI and all that kind of stuff going. And we're going to get, I need to get the art kind of redone, rebuilt. I think I've got most of the levels built out now. But we need to, backgrounds are a problem. And I think that's going to be hired out, and music and sound effects are going to be the thing. I think sound effects, we're probably just going to go with sound libraries, and I'll just develop sounds from sound libraries that both David and I have purchased. We both have, between the two of us, we have probably 10 to 15,000 sound effects. So we'll be able to create stuff out of that. And then for music, I think I would like to talk to Droopy about it. Again, I have not spoken to him, so I don't want to say that that's what's going to happen, because I don't know what his schedule and his life is like right now. I haven't spoken to Droopy recently, so I would definitely like to get Droopy on board, because Droopy's music, I mean, as you're listening to it right now, is freaking phenomenal and amazing. Galaximus, what's up, buddy? And Rocky Mullet, how you doing? Welcome. Think. Sorry, all the bot's broken. We can't run the music command right now. The bot be dead. Yeah, I think Ginger's busy right now. It is what it is. We'll survive. It's okay. It's okay. What I do need to, what I should do is at least take a link from the. Let me go grab the bot command actually, so I at least have. I should make a Google Doc with all the links that are in the commands. That way we have them for the future. But check out the droopy dude. There you go. We can't Lady Lark. Nope, Lady Lark is not right now. She's also not home, so we're safe. We're safe. She won't be upset. So this is my old Monkeys with Guns sheet, which is just awful. Like, everything in this one's bad. So we're going to set up a new... We need to set up a new sheet for this. Okay, so definite to-dos. Find and commission artist for backgrounds. Talk to Droopy about rates and availabilities. Monkeys want to help you pick a surname for your character? Something to do with undead? My default name is always Mortimer. Why does copying the format remove a link? It depends, yeah. Google Docs can be finicky with pasting. I think I showed you yesterday, like, Jack, I straight up switched my default paste because I work in Google Docs so much, so I actually reversed Control V and Control Shift V. I reversed it by default in my keyboards. Because I work in Google Docs so much and I want to paste things without formatting all the time. Also, for anybody that hates caps lock and always hits it by accident like I do, you can get Power Toys and just turn it off. You can turn it into a shift key and you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's great. I haven't accidentally hit the caps lock key and left it on at all. It's amazing. You actually tell it to only do that in your browser? Interesting. Why would you want that? Exactly. Exactly. It's so nice. Any more things to add? I don't know. I think we're okay. Again, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Sundays are also usually pretty quiet days anyway. Like, they don't get, like, they're not heavily trafficked, so I think we should be all right. Spruce Mountain, what's up, buddy? Power Toys also has color picker, dude. Okay, so I set up in my Stream Deck. I have the color picker set up as well as the pointer and the visible. So I have quick buttons to, like, color picker's awesome, by the way. I literally press a button and now I have a color picker for the screen, so I can find the color I need. And then select it, and it gives me all the information, which is awesome. If I need to show something off on stream now, I can do this, and kind of like, okay, over here to here. Or I can turn on the pointer and be like, okay, so you can see like a little dot where I click. And I can turn those on and off just like super easy. It's so cool. Dude, Power Toys, if you're running Windows and you're not using Power Toys, it's a free Microsoft app. It's amazing. There's so much cool stuff with it. Especially things like fancy zones are really nice. So like while I'm dragging, I can hold shift and now I have zones. Like each of my monitors has separate zones for where I set up. Like this one's set up this way, so when I'm in certain modes, I can actually kind of just split it. It's so nice. Yeah, if you've never used Power Toys, 100% check it out. There's a lot of really cool features in here. Straight up like file extension changers. But honestly, yeah, just the color picker alone is amazing. The keyboard modifications and fancy zones are kind of the main ones that I use. There's a lot of really cool stuff in it, though. The text extractor is really cool, too. This is another one I've got where you can basically just grab text out of an image. So it's great for pulling, like, extracting out of a PDF. Super handy. But you're on Linux? I mean, that sounds like a... I mean, it sounds like you shouldn't be on Linux. Sound effects should go through... They should, I think. Oh, no, you know what? The sound effects are triggered when the bot types in chat, so that's why the sound effects aren't working. Instantly get it. Dude, it's so good. Just for the color. Dude, the color picker is amazing. It saves so much time. Because I used to have to, like, the way I used to do color picking was like, okay, if I wanted the color of this background, I'd do like this, grab a quick screenshot, go to Photoshop, paste it in. And then, oh, sound effect does work. Okay. I'd go to like Photoshop, paste it in, and then I'd grab the color picker in here to grab the color. And that's so much extra work. It's so much extra work. So I'm really happy to not have to do that now. It's really, really handy. Especially considering like my day job where I'm working with like clients' products. So on top of working with like my own company's brand, I make stuff for lots of other companies, which means I have to work within their brands and use their colors and all of that. So it's really handy to be able to grab all that stuff. Super handy. All right. We need that. Let's see. We still need more monkey skins. And we are, let's see. I think we were going to have God, I think this project is so old. This predates Tascade. Hang on. I think some of my other notes for this are in Google Docs. Were they not? I swear I had another set of docs in Google Docs. This was pre me switching over to Tascade. I just lost my window. Hang on. Is that just my normal drive? I have too many drives. When you have like 4 different Google accounts. Maybe I don't. I swore I did. I'll have to find it later. Because I know I sent David the, at least, game design doc that I had for it. Yeah, I lost it now. Oh, well. Going adios. Have a good one, buddy. Thank you for stopping by and saying hey. Power Tracks Run is amazing. Yeah. I haven't messed with it too much, though. Delete them all? Delete them all! I need those accounts. Oh god, I moved my chat. Screw it, I'm putting chat over here. This makes my life easier. Now I can see it better. So we're going to need more monkey skins, which definitely... Which duns do we need that for? Well, we need more monkey skins. We're going to need... We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the terrain blocks. So I need... Finished terrain blocks. Art. There was definitely still some more UI. UI updates. Talk to David. Because I know we did a lot in the UI, or I did a lot in the UI. That was for the rank winner. So main page, the play, options.
Hello, my friend Vimwave.
Babby. What is up, buddy? Thank you for the Prime sub for 10 freaking months. Everybody put some hearts in chat, show some love. Oh, where's my button? There it is. Dude, how you doing? I hope things are going well. I appreciate it. So I have that one. Level mock pieces. It's my palette. It's the background base. That's just a bunch of reference images. I don't need that. Okay, I think this is player select. So there's in between tournaments, final round, player select. This is level select, level choice. Okay, yeah, I think I changed it into that. Honestly, making the UI is so much more complicated than just making the rest of it. Like all the levels and menus you've got to do are a lot more complicated. Okay, here's all the UI mocks. So I got a fair amount done. So I think there was one, I know there was one more thing I needed to add to the UI, and I don't remember what it is off the top of my head right now, so I'll have to talk to David about that. But I've got those laid out. What is this? Okay, this is the animation cycle for picking the level. Everyone picks their levels. It highlights them, pulls them up, kind of runs through it, and then selects the level for the level picker. Okay. I did get a lot done. Like I had worked pretty heavily on a lot of this stuff. So there's a fair amount that was all done. Good Minso, what's up, buddy? How are you today? What are we working on? We are bringing back my main project that I put down probably about a year ago called Monkeys with Guns, and I want to finish this game. So I am restarting my efforts to get back into it, and we are currently taking an assessment of all the things that have already been done and that still need to get done, because there's still a lot to do. The other place I need to look is at the Sprite files that I have for the terrain. So I started updating these. Okay, this is at least all of the levels that I think we're going to have. Let's see, we have 1, 2, We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there was 10 levels, and I think we're cutting that down to 8. So we're cutting 2 of them. So we have, let's see, we have the jungle, obviously, which I have already redone. We need haunted house. I've got to redo that. So my first pass at these, I ended up making the terrain too detailed. Like this is just too detailed for the look of the game, and it's actually been changed to like this. So this is what it actually looks like now. So I've definitely made some adjustments to a bunch of these, but there's still some like this one that's way too detailed. I've got to adjust that. The ice also. Circus one I think I've redone. The lab, I hate that one. The tomb, that's another one that I started that I redid. Instructions roughly the same. Bricks I think got mostly... They're mostly the same. Yeah, just pulled out a little bit of detail out of them. This one's really way too detailed. And so is that one. So yeah, I got a little ahead of myself and kind of like messed up like the whole look and feel of the game. So I started reworking that, and that's when I kind of dropped the project during that time. What's up, Pleasant Pie? How's it going? How's it feel? It's good and bad, right? Like, I love this game. I think that this is probably one of the best things I've ever designed. Like, this game has been play-tested within an inch of its life. It's been... Or, like, okay, so the overall design concepts, right? Like, we're rebuilding the game, but the design concepts and the way the game functions has been tested within an inch of its life. And I freaking love the way it works. It pulls... Like, when I was showing it at conventions and playtest nights and gatherings... It pulls attention very quickly, it gathers a crowd, it gets people playing really quickly, it does all of the things that I want a game to do, and this was designed as a showpiece. Like, that's what I designed this game for, was to be able to take it to conventions and set up a booth and just have people come and play, and it's worked out so well every time I've ever shown it. Now that the world's opening back up, this is kind of the... Like, conventions are going to start happening again. I'm going to want to start going to those. I'm going to want to start doing more public things again. And, yeah, this game is just, I love this game. It's really, really good. The thing I always hated, and I always had an issue with the guns part. And it's a me issue, right? Like, I'm definitely not a person, I don't believe that video games cause violence. I don't think any of that is true. I just didn't want to be, when I started putting down the project, we were having a massive rash of gun violence in the US. It's still there. Like, the gun violence has not really slowed down. But it's kind of at this point, too, where it's like, you know... I think if I approach it in a way, like, I don't want to glorify guns, and we keep the guns as kind of like, you know, it's a kitschy, like, tongue firmly planted in cheek thing. And I think I want to lean more into the cartoony aspect of it so that the characters don't actually, like, die. Like, I want to replace the death sprite. So we have, do I have the animations in here? Where's my animation for the monkey? Monkey base. Ugh! When you see things you've made that are total failures. So for the monkey... Where's the redo sprite? This is the No, this isn't the redone sprite. This is the old sprite. I need the... Where did I do the redo sprite? Whatever. But I have, like, a death sprite. This sprite is going to change to not be a death sprite, and I'm going to turn it into, like, a knockout sprite. So, like, you know, they'll have, like... We're going to do one of two things right now, we're thinking. Either having the monkey just kind of, like, when they die, effectively, quote-unquote die, they just get blown off the screen, and then they're out of the... You know, so it's not, like, a dead. Or I'm going to have them kind of fall into a fall state, and it's going to have, like, you know, like... birds circling above their heads or something, just to kind of move less into like the death side and keep it a little more cutesy and fun. Over, and you really did turn yourself into a bot. Nicely done. What's up, Devontae? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. So the current plan is to the current plan is to kind of minimize the gun part. Like, I honestly think on like a lot of the marketing material, I'm probably not going to put guns on it. The name is too good though. The name Monkeys with Guns is just like, again, everything has been crafted so well in it, I think, that I can't get away from it, and I'm finally just trying to tell myself, shut up and make the thing. It's really like, I gotta stop. I gotta stop with it, right? Like, I'm only hurting myself by not just making the game. And if I don't use it in a way to like glorify guns, then I think I'm okay. Because really, in its essence, the game is mostly meant to be about movement. So you get the feeling, great idea on how, away from dying pixel art. Yeah. Find interesting the games go away from that to something else. Yeah, like, you can kind of either lean into it in like a comical sense where like things blow apart and there's blood everywhere. And I've never been a blood guy. I don't think there's blood in literally any game I've ever made. I don't think I've ever put blood in a game that I've actually made. It's just not my style, right? Like, it's just not the thing. Yeah, I don't think I've never put blood in a single game. And I think I'm going to stick with that. So, like, you know, the glorify... I just, you know... I'm a fan of cartoon violence. Like, I grew up in the 90s. I grew up with, like, old school cartoons of, like... I'm a fan of, like, the old school cartoon violence where it's over the top and nobody ever gets hurt. Really? So, I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I might even put something into, like... so because I had a thought for doing some, like, lore and things like that for it, where basically the monkeys are they're like tests, they're experimental monkeys. So I think I may do something along the lines where they're basically invulnerable. They're not invulnerable, but like, you know, invincible effectively, so they can't actually die. So especially part of the lore, like them shooting each other, it won't be as much of an issue. Someone say lore? Yeah, it's not going to be deep lore. But the general concept for the game has always been that the monkeys are test subjects that have broken out of they're test subjects that broke out in like a mad scientist lab, and they got into the hollow chamber, and that's like where they're fighting. So that's always kind of been the lore. Matt Pat will make it deep. I'll take it. I'll take deep lore. I'll take deep lore. I'm just not a big like lore creator myself. Giant mallets making pancakes. So, yeah, exactly, right? Like that kind of stuff. Like the over the top. Again, I like the term tongue firmly planted in cheek, where it's like, this is a joke, right? And I want to try and make it as obvious as possible. Monkey minions. Yeah, kind of in that realm, right? Like the minions are constantly getting hit and smashed and destroyed, but, you know, they're cute and fine. And I kind of want to do that with the monkeys. Tom and Jerry violence. Exactly. What if I put blood in a game, there's a horror jam? That's one of the things I've struggled with horror stuff is, yeah, again, like I don't really want to put blood in a game. Since the beginning of time, monkeys have battled each other. In the age of firearms, they have found a new way to destroy. Rise, ye primates. Sorry, little Gideon Ofnir channeling right there. For those that have played way too much Elden Ring like I have. I showed it off yesterday. I 100%ed Elden Ring, guys. It's a problem. Elden Ring is a problem for me. I need to uninstall it from my computer. Primates with pistols. That's the sequel that comes out afterwards. That's the pre-sequel. That's the pre-sequel. That's when we we turn them into gorillas. Accidentally add a bunch of balloons. I mean, a balloon thing could be interesting. Honestly, adding a balloon power-up that's like a slow fall that other enemies could pop could be really cool, but that's out of scope. That's out of scope. That's out of scope right now. I need to stick with what we got and live with that. Nail some balloons. Just give him a nail gun. Okay, so finishing the terrain art. Let's see, what terrain art do we have? Pardon me, my throat has not been as happy today after yesterday's stream. So Ninja Q is gonna set a lit. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna try to make sure that we're not gonna infringe on any copyrights, but we are definitely going to lean into some tropes on certain things for sure. Especially with like some of the characters. I'm trying to go more generic and lean into like tropes with them, right? Instead of them being like, we're not going to use any license-based stuff, obviously. Although I may talk to a couple of friends that have games and maybe put in like some, you know, fun skins or secret skins for friends' games and stuff that I have permission to use, obviously. But the current look of the monkeys I have right now, we've got like some pirates. The goal is to get 2 skin variations for each of the different level types at the very least. So like, here's our 2 pirates. Here's our 2 horror ones. I only have 1 of the explorers right now. I need to make another one. Our 2 scientists for the lab one. I don't remember what. This is for the steampunk one. That's for the factory. I made another horror one. So it's going to be kind of a different one. Captain Carrot. I'm going to talk to White Vault. I'm sure White Vault would say he'd be down for it. But yeah, I'm probably going to have like a secret like Carrot one or something like that. Something from Captain Carrot possibly. I would like to at least, if I get permission. Again, I don't want to assume, so I would like to make sure that I ask permission and get it before I do that, obviously. Just to be respectful of everybody's intellectual properties. As an artist, I feel like when people don't respect intellectual properties, especially with something they're planning on selling, then things become not cool. Cheat code skins. What I'd like to do, I need to talk to David about how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be, and it may come with an update later, but what I'd like to do is do a bunch of like either achievement unlocks or secrets, because I don't want to do... I'm not a fan when things are like locked up right away. Right? So, like, I don't want to do the typical fighting game thing where it's like, oh, these are locked until you complete these certain tasks or this or that. Like, this is meant to be a multiplayer game first and foremost, so if you get it, I want you to be able to have access to pretty much everything right away. So cheat codes is probably something, or it's going to be that, or like meta, like, oh, you got to go, do a couple of things within the like menus or something like that. Yeah. For like special characters like that, that might be more of a thing. I don't know how I will fully unlock them yet. I haven't decided. But yeah, I would like to do something along those lines for sure. Smash Brothers starts off with 6 of 60 choices. Yeah, and I hate that, right? Like, if you sit down, if you just bought Smash Brothers and you sit down with a friend to play and you don't have access to all the characters, that's really annoying, right? Since this is meant to be more of a fun... And these are skins, right? The skins don't have any advantage in-game, and I don't really want to lock that behind, like, playtime, because it's just frustrating and annoying. These personalities also kind of have in-game personality animations. I don't think I'm gonna do... I get what you mean with the question. I don't think, at least for the first pass, that I'm gonna do custom animations. I mean, they will have custom animations per their character. Like, the way they will move will be different, but they're not gonna have, like, full animation sets. Do I have... Let me show you, because I did start on the animations for some of them. Ah, here they are. This is the wrong monkey too, isn't it? Nah, that's the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, so here's like the new updated art and animations, right? So we've got kind of all those. They're going to be kept very, very stable and simple. And then, like, each one will have its own, like, custom, like the art will move with it, right? So they're like, each one's going to have its own, like, set of art that'll move with it. But I don't think they're going to have, like, a personality, at least not in the first round, because there's just so many to make. You're very sleepy. Go to bed. Go rest. Sleep is important. I slept way too late today. Way too late. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to do, like, distinct personalities, but each one will have its own, like, animation, like bespoke independent animation. And we're not doing a full character creator like I did with the Monkey Maker, just because time and difficulty. And the whole thing is, like, if the game does well, we can always update to add features like that, or possibly just make, like, a Monkeys with Guns 2 kind of a thing. But most likely it'll be like an update if the game does well. Because both of us, David and I, are both fairly practical-minded people where, you know, we're willing to put in so much work, but at a certain point, without knowing you're going to get a return on the time investment, it's not worth it to go too far. So, again, if the game, like, is a raging success, awesome. We'll jump in and add a lot more features. Otherwise, we're pretty much planning for it to be, you know, decent, because I think with the audience I have, the way people like the game, it should sell okay. I don't think it'll be any kind of, like, amazing thing. It's not like I'm going to be able to quit my job and live off of it forever. But I think the game will do decently enough and be enjoyed by people, but I don't know if it's worth putting, like, years and years into, right? Keep the scope reasonable. That's kind of the that's our like for you know, the initial release, keeping it reasonable, and then because you can always update, right? You can always add more stuff. But if you make a game and it sells 100 copies, well, if you put in, like, you know, so much time ahead of time to add in all these features and it sells 100 copies, well, you just waste all the time. If you make like a decent game that, you know, like, here's a bunch of, like, would be nice to have if it does well, and it sells 100 copies, like, cool, I didn't waste my time putting all of that in, because unfortunately it just wasn't a good seller, right? Like, when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, it is still a, like, I don't want to say it is a business. I am doing this kind of, like, as a hobby and for fun and enjoyment, but there is also a certain amount of value that I need to put on my time and energy, right? Because it's just, we only have so much time. Like, the most valuable resource that anybody has is the amount of time, and is their time and their energy. So I don't want to spend all of mine on something that may not be, you know, enjoyed. Not saying that I'm not going to try and make it awesome. Like, I think the game is already fairly awesome and fun as it is, so we're going to add in a bunch more features to make it fun. But there's also a lot of, like, would be nice to haves that are just not necessary yet. Construction, factory, pirate, and steampunk. So we have 10 levels. I think that's the one we were initially thinking. I think I'm going to drop this to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, because each one is going to have its own custom, like, gimmick to each of the levels. I think I want to strike through. How do I strike through? There is a way to strike through, and I don't remember how to do it. I don't remember. But I've updated Jungle, I've updated Circus, I've updated Tomb, I've updated Factory. Did I get Construction done? Construction's been updated as well. So we need to update Haunted House, Ice, Lab. I think I'm gonna... I need to do Pirate 2. I think I'm gonna let Steampunk sit. Maybe we'll do 9. I don't know. Steampunk I'm on the fence about. I don't love the mechanic for Steampunk. I'll leave it for now. Animation take a lot. Dude, I mean, just in general, the amount of, like, assets and things that you really need, right? Like, to put together a game. Like, I started kind of, like, laying stuff out, and this is maybe a quarter of what I need for in-game. Not to mention the fact that once you get into, like, this kind of stuff, right? When you start having to design all of the UIs and interfaces, this stuff starts to add up so much faster, and it's a lot less fun. Like, this kind of stuff is so much less fun to do. I need to update these monkeys still. Even assets in low res. Oh, dude, yeah, I mean, that's actually why... So that's one of the big reasons I started changing stuff, right? Because look at the difference between, like, this amount of detail versus what I did my first pass, which was like that. And it just didn't fit. Like, that kind of detail versus this was just too much. This just was too much. Same with, like, the haunted house. Like, look how much detail that is. And you put that compared to the monkeys, it just doesn't look right. So, because the monkeys are intentionally semi-low res, like they're stylized. They're a decent size in terms of pixel art. Like, they fit on these boxes are 64 by 64, but the monkeys themselves are kind of designed to look a little bit less detailed. So I wanted the world to kind of fit with that style, and now they fit together a lot better, in my opinion, at least. So I think I can show on this one. Did I put the monkey in and stuff? Oh, I didn't. But yeah, like, you know, with the backgrounds and, like, these just look nicer together. So it's a slow process. Sometimes corners got to be cut. Always corners got to be cut. Always. Storm Codes, what's up, buddy? How's it going? I feel like 15 cumulative hours on a 3D model. Dude, 3D models are even crazier. Floated into the sky. Yeah, they'll do that, won't they? God, my stupid throat today, man. It is not happy. But yeah, so I've low-resed everything. Like, the guns are all at a decent size. And again, this is like the only amount of guns that we're gonna have in the game. Like, I'm not adding a ton more, so yeah, I think I'm just sticking with it. I'm gonna put the main focus of the game on, you know, like, the guns are kind of part of it, but I think I'm going to try and just push the game to not, like, glorify the guns. They're just a mechanic. I really like I got... Because I know I got this thing done, too. Didn't I get that thing animating? Spring animation's pretty fun, if I remember right. So I'm trying to get some, like, juicy feel in them all. I also did the... Where'd it go? Oh, I gotta organize this whole thing, too. I gotta organize this whole thing. My folder system is just trash with this right now. Things are in, like, multiple different locations still. Because I also did a really cool animation for the conveyor belts, which I really liked. Where did I put that? Yeah, I've really got to organize all this. Oh my god, this is awful. Can't find anything. Oh, here it is. Yeah, like, I like the conveyor belt a lot. So these ones run. I actually set these up at... so this is tileable in the middle as well. These things are crazy, by the way. So doing an animation like this, I actually had to animate it in full right here, and then cut it in half, and then cut it in a fourth. So this is what it's actually going to look like in the game. But to get this smooth animation like this, I actually had to animate it in full time like this, frame by frame, like at single pixel movement for everything, and then start cutting frames in half, and then I cut it in a fourth, and that's how I get it to move like this. So, if you're wondering, like, how to get into, like, smooth animations, if you want something smooth, especially that, like, rotates like this is tileable, too, which is, I still can't believe works. Yeah, you gotta do this, like, full animation like this, which was a nightmare to do. And I also had, let's see. Oh, I started on Portals. That's right, we were working on Portals at one point, too. That's actually not a terrible animation start. This is a work in progress, but that's not terrible either. Okay, I was at least making progress before. So that's always a good sign. I was doing something. Like, I had worked on it, so there's a lot more here than I was thinking I had. This is the new animation base, yeah, okay. Ooh, I gotta clean all this up, though. Hey, look. Christmas. Level mux. And those. Pretty smooth. That thing, that animation was a nightmare. Yeah, getting this thing set up was a nightmare. I'm very pleased with it, though. It came out really nice. Cutting it down to 4 frames of animation, it looks really smooth. These corners are tough. Like, getting these kind of corners to rotate smoothly was a rough time. And again, because this is tileable, so if we look at here, these are actually broken up. So each of these, this is all tileable to put together, so it can all be consistent. Twitch is lying to you? Yeah, probably. Welcome back. The water's been off. I don't know if it's back on or not. You want to check it? Oh, it's back on now. That's good. Huh? No, we're not getting another kitty. No, we're not getting another kitty. Lady Lark went to PetSmart to get cat food, and now she wants another cat. No, we don't need another kitty. No. No. Oh, Olive needs a friend? You're just sad that the kitty you got doesn't like to sit and snuggle. Oh my god, dear. No kitty. Having a Lady Lark is impossible, everybody.
Yes, but I'm the best.
Not no kidding, no kitty. No more kitties in the house.
More kitties. All the kitties.
Megalice, what's up, buddy? You always seem to miss the start of the streams? Well, how dare you? You're not here waiting for me to show up? I'm offended. Huh? Yay, thank you. Also tell her command isn't here. Yeah, she can't be right now.
What?
The bot's broken. So the commands aren't running. So sorry, you're not right now. Sorry.
It's just unacceptable.
Alex, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
Fix it right now.
Well, I can't fix it. We messaged Ginger. He's busy. So
That's it. I'm going to get another cat.
do not get another cat.
What would happen to me if I did?
What would happen to you if you did?
What would you do?
Are you threatening me?
Wait.
You're weighing the pros and cons. You gotta get a corporate job. No cat. Made a grave error. You'll demonstrate yourself. No, don't demonstrate yourself. Just make sure you're here, and you never leave. Lady Luck Command is working again. And try to take my stream for inspiration for you to get work on coding project. Get to work. Get it. Yes. I'm trying to use my own stream as motivation too. We can motivate together, because I have been unmotivated for far too long now, and it's starting to eat away at me. I'm definitely one of those people, if I don't have like a project and a thing that I'm obsessing over, I don't do well mentally. I'm not sure if anyone else is the same, but I 100%, like, if I'm not like focused and like have something that I'm like into, I like mentally feel like I deteriorate and just can't do anything. It makes me feel useless. And then I'm the type of person that will self-beat up, so I feel useless, and then I basically will, you know, treat myself like garbage.
All the more reason why we need another cat.
No, we do not need another cat. Oh my god. That's no, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into the swing of it. We're trying to plan out what we need to do. The big things is I need to finish some of these arts. We only have a couple more. We got a bunch more terrain to redo. Again, the old version of the terrain is very it was too detailed.
$5 a month.
Hey Vim, it's been a second. I totally feel you. That's
Kitty
exactly how I am too.
Come here, kitty can. Gruntle, thank you so much. Everybody look at our lovies. Say hi, lovies. And say hi to everybody. Look up here. Olive. Look up here. Say hi, everybody. Say, I'm adorable. We don't need more. I am already annoying and use a lot of money for food. Well, yes, she uses less money for food than we do. Look how little her tummy is. She doesn't eat as much as we do, do you? Do you? You say hi? Kisses? Look at the people. Yeah? You want to go down now? Hi, baby girl. Are you looking at the peoples? Hi. Hello. She hates being on camera. Oh, I love you, babies. Okay, you can go. Hello. Desk kitty? You can be a desk kitty? You can hang out on the desk. Nope, bye. Bye, love bug. She has escapade. Isn't she cute? Gruntle buddy, by the way. Everybody throw some hearts in chat. Sorry. We had cat cam right at the time Gruntle showed up. Gruntle, we got your cat. I hope you like it. Love the new setup. Thank you. This new setup, I love my new little world. It's so cool. It's got all my like inspirations and stuff around me. It's so cool. As an owner of 8 cats, you agree more than 1 to 2 is too many? Good God. How do you have 8 cats?
I want 8 cats.
No.
Can I go live there?
No.
What is that? I want to live.
Lady Lark wants to come live with you now. Pixel Novak, what's up, buddy? How you been? It has been a while. I hope you're doing well. I feel like it's definitely been since the new year. How's the new year treating you? I hope things are going good. Getting back into game dev stuff hopefully today? Nice. Yeah, I've been so out of it in terms of like making things for so long. It's Friday, I'm testing the new 23 games. That's Xanderwood's thing, right? Is that this Friday? Oh, Global Game Jam? I'm not doing Global Game Jam. At least, is that happening this weekend? I honestly haven't. I'm kind of on a break from game jams. I did like somewhere around like 40 in 3 years, and I have completely fried myself on game jams. So I'm taking a little bit of a break from those. You have 3 cats and at least 10 strays that live under your porch? Oh God. No. I never let you have any fun? Yes, I'm Mr. No Fun Pants. That's right. I'm gonna go iron my finest No Fun Pants, and I'm just gonna crush all of your dreams. Oh, it's happening now. Theme is Roots. Roots is kind of an interesting theme. Deja Vu, what's up, buddy? How's it going? I picked color for... So the palette is a combination of multiple palettes, if I remember right. I think I'm using... What is their name? I think I'm using this palette. Maybe the 16. I'm using one of Endesga's palettes with another palette that I kind of put together, like with some other extra colors I put together myself. So it's like a half and half palette. Half is put together by me, half is put together by like someone else. So it's kind of like a smashed together palette. So it's not the best, and I do need to adjust it still a little bit, but it's okay. So I think right now it's... This is my full palette I'm working with right now. I believe. What were we doing? We were looking at those. Okay, so we got all those done. Haunted House. When my next YouTube video coming out? Hopefully soon. I need to get back on that too. I really fried out and have just been battling. I was talking about this earlier too. Like basically I've been trying to hide it, but the last several months, especially, if not close to the last year, I've been up and down battling some really heavy depression and anxiety issues. Like they've been pretty bad at times, and it's just tanked any productivity, motivation, and desire that I've had to work on videos, everything else, all of that. So I've been trying multiple ways of getting back into things and just finding the enjoyment of like making again. And you know, hope for better now. I mean, I'll 100%, I'm not better now. Like I'm really not. I'm just trying to claw my way out of it because honestly, I've gotten to the point where I'm sick of sitting in it. So yeah, definitely not better, but in at least I've at least hit enough of a headspace at the moment where I'm acknowledging and not trying to deny and trying to push through, right? And again, I don't try to make a big deal of it because I know like everybody goes through depression, everybody has their hard points, and I don't want to be one of those, like I'm not here to go, oh, woe is me, I'm having a hard time, sad me, any of that, right? I don't want to diminish anyone else's feelings. I also don't want to like lift mine up and make that a personality and make that like the thing that I'm focused on, because I feel like it really pushes it. It makes it worse when you start like forefronting it. So I've been trying to push through, but it hasn't been working the way I've wanted it to. So I'm trying to go back to a project that I've loved and had a lot of fun with, and hope that kind of builds a lot of it just brings back some of that joy and fun. And even already kind of like looking through it, I'm like, I love this project. It's such a fun game. It's really cool. It's probably the coolest thing I have and will ever make, and I want to finish it and get it out there. You have nothing left to say besides encouragement. And again, there's nothing that can be said, right? And I appreciate the encouragement, and thank you. Cage, what's up, buddy? Thank you for the raid. Everybody throw some hearts chat. Welcome our raiders. Frozen
Hey
Well.
there.
9 months with Prime? We just had a stream, baby. Frozen Well, how was the delivery? Was it long? Was it difficult? Does it have my eyes? Does it have my beard? Tell me the truth. Is it blue? Because if it has a beak, and you've been cheating on me with Curdle, I'm going to be upset. Everybody, hearts in chat, show some love. Dude, thank you, Frozen Well, for 9 months, dude. How you doing? Gage, how was the stream today, buddy? I hope it went well. What we're working on, anything cool? Chicken! See, everybody sneaks in those chickens around me. Everybody's cheating on the monkeys with the chickens. It's just not cool. Curdle's actually been streaming again. I was lurking on Curdle's stream yesterday. He was on for like, I don't know how Curdle streams for like 18 hours straight. It's ridiculous. Frozen Well, it was painful. I can imagine. I can imagine. The beauty of not having a uterus. What's up, Tunic? How's it going? Yes, Lady Lark, we know you don't have a uterus either. You miss it? I'm sorry, they had to take it from you. You want to die after 5? Dude, 5 hours is a long. So Monkey's Gun is being back to being made? Yep. What's up, Arslan? Yeah, so I went to a little get together with Warped Imagination David, my buddy who I was working on the game with, and he's still down to get back into it. So yeah, we're gonna look at it. We're pushing in. I think the big thing that's really kind of gotten me going is we're going to commission somebody to do backgrounds and just get. Because one of the things I was fighting with, I started trying to do backgrounds again the other night. And I suck at backgrounds. I hate them. I'm bad at them. I'm not good at them. I don't like working on them. They make me upset. Like, legitimately, the amount of upsetness I get while trying to work on backgrounds, it's not even funny. Like, it legitimately makes me upset and angry. Because it just proves to me how bad I am at them. Think that looks good? Yeah, but this is as an initial sketch, and now I have to refine it and make it cleaner and all that, and I don't want to. Like, doing this alone made me physically angry. I mean, don't do it if it makes you angry. Exactly, right? So in the game currently, like in the beta that's out and everything, and like the placeholders, we've been using Asmuz's art, who I am a patron of, Louis Zuno. I'm a patron of theirs, so technically I can use a lot of the backgrounds that I'm already using because, one, from Patreon, also a lot of it is available for free on itch. That's actually why I was using it. But I'm thinking there are some backgrounds that we don't have that I will need, and I'm thinking of contacting them actually and seeing what their commission rate is, and just commissioning the art. And then I'm thinking of also talking to Droopy about doing music, possibly. I need to see what Droopy's availabilities and rates are. I don't know if I can afford them or if they're even available to work on it. But I think it would be super awesome and totally fitting to have Droopy music in the game. So would be nice to do. I got to get some more skins rolling, obviously, and I got to kind of finish the terrain blocks. There's still some UI updates, so there's still a lot of stuff to do. But yeah, I want to, especially now, the other thing is because the world's opening back up, we're going to get back into, I'm probably going to get back into going to conventions, going to meetups, going to all that thing. I want to have stuff to show off and demo and do all of that. And that's kind of what this game was made specifically for, was for going to conventions and showing stuff off. So I want to get that back up and running, have it out, and do all of that. Warped Imagination dev that does VR stuff? Yeah. VR and Unity, Warped imagination. Yeah. If you like if you like Unity stuff, go check out my buddy David. His stuff he's awesome. Like, so basically, he was a tools. He worked in AAA for like 15 years or something like that. He's owned his own like indie game studios in the past. Worked in mobile. He was a tools programmer at Sony. Works in VR now. Is building a giant mech like motion simulator. I was just at his house yesterday and saw what this is looking like right now. Or not yesterday, I was there on Friday and saw what this thing looks like right now, and it's absolutely sick. But yeah, it's like a full motion VR mech simulator. Dude's got skills, man. Dude's got skills. Yeah, so I'm waiting. Once he has that thing up and running, I totally want to go. I was like, dude, we're making a video. I'm gonna come over and film, and I want to play on this thing. Yeah, so the simulator all moves with it. It's super crazy. It's a lot further along than that. He's basically just an inventor and a tinkerer, and he's a good friend of mine. And he's a super awesome dude, and you should definitely go check out his stuff. He does a lot of tutorials and stuff for Unity, but like he's also got, I mean, I think he's got the last Monkeys with Guns devlog that's been made, where he did the AI for the game. So this is all no, that's my footage. This isn't the AI. This is just all the building of it. Here it is. So these monkeys fighting right now, like this is him setting up AI for the monkeys, so you can have a full group of monkeys with one person playing. But this is all AI, which is super, like, yeah, he's gotten that all figured out. He's able to turn it up, like, I think we turned it up to like 64 monkeys at once, and it was nuts. Eat Bites, by the way. I don't think I said hello. And Dave H, what's up? Like, Jack, what the hell are you saying? Oniet? I don't even know what that says. Stop typing words I can't read. Your first small con back in fall was super fun. Dude, cons are super fun. Like, if you've never been able to, like, hang out at a convention and show stuff, it's so fun. And that's kind of what I want to get back into, is, like... Which one of these was, like, I stopped... Ugh. My labeling of these is awful. Was it 9? Yeah, like this was the Indie Speak convention my buddies put on a couple years ago. This is my setup. It's super fun. I got to speak at the event. It was a terrible speaking engagement. It didn't go well. It went okay. But yeah, getting to play having people play the game live and like hang out and enjoy is super fun. And I want to get back to this kind of thing. This was me after not sleeping for like 2 days. Yeah, conventions are amazing, and I want to go do more. You won first place for costumes at the Vegas Comic Con? Hell yeah! What were you guys cosplaying? For authenticity and feel, definitely want pixel art with backgrounds. Oh yeah, definitely gonna go for pixel art for backgrounds for sure. Definitely gonna go pixel art for backgrounds. I think I've been using Asmus's backgrounds for so long that's just the look I'm just so used to. Oh god, look at my old desk setup. Wait, where was that? Oh, my old working setup. Man, that's changed. So it looked like that before? And... it looks like this now. I've upgraded. I've upgraded quite a lot. I ninjutsu? Wait, I ninjustice. I don't know. Injustice. Oh my god. Reading is fundamental, kids. Injustice is sweet. It's one of the few fighting games I actually own. Do I actually use the standing portion of the desk? I do. I usually, mostly for work, I can't stream using the standing portion because unfortunately my camera is actually not attached to my desk. Because the one thing you will find with a sit-stand desk is they're a little wobbly. So my camera's not mounted to my desk, which means I can raise the desk, like if you look at my microphone going up right now, I can raise my desk without my camera going up. And my background's a little too low to like be standing for that. I can't read. No, I know we can't read. You guys know I can't read. Reading's fundamental, and I don't know the fundamentals. I hacked my way through. Treat yourself to a fancy chair. Ooh, nice. Old one's falling apart. I feel you. I want to get a new chair. This one I got as part of like a sponsorship thing. And they were a pain in the ass to work with. The video didn't do very well, and I'll be honest with you, the chair kind of sucks. It keeps breaking. Like one of the features I really like doesn't hold. But it was a free chair, and the chair I got before that sucked too. So I can't type either today, apparently. Blorks. Okay. So yeah, I think we mainly need to focus on I really just need to focus on art for a lot of it. And then I got to meet with David about the UI changes and menu stuff that we still need to implement. Because we've got some really cool features with the new one that are going to be, we got some really cool features that are going to go into it that aren't in the demo version, like the beta that I have out. Like being able to put yourself on teams. So if you have like 4 players, being able to add teams, so it's like, okay, your bullets don't hurt your teammate, which I think will be fun. We want to have we have a tournament structure that's in there, so you can play through multiple rounds, and instead of it just being like basically the winner is the person that does the best out of multiple rounds, you get points based on how you finish each round. So at the end, it's like a tournament structure. So we've got a couple of those things going in that still need a little more UI, I think, to updates, but it's like options, yeah. So we'll have like arcade mode, competition mode. Trying to get just like menus and all of that out of the way. So in the competition mode, you'll be able to set up like how many rounds you have, how long the round timer is, how frequently the crates drop, whether the hearts are on or off, and your starting weapon. You dabble in UI. I mean, UI is something I tend to do a lot of. For work and whatnot, so UI UX is something I'm fairly confident in, so I can do those. They're just UI it's not. I don't find UI insanely difficult, but I find it tedious. Minkarev, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, by the way. How's it going? By runner command, we'll run 2 times now since the bot still on. I don't know. Is the bot back on? Wait, is Ginger here? Did I miss a message from Ginger? Or is this Monkey here? Oh, the bot's back. Yay! Thank you for making the bot live. I promise I will be moving to Mix It Up bot soon so we don't have to have these issues, Ginger. I'm sorry. The bot is taking over. We will be destroyed by Skynet. Hiding behind the curtain. Thank you. Sorry to bother you, Ginger. I appreciate it. I promise I'll get Mix It Up bot up and running this week, so next week we don't have to bother you if something doesn't work. I can figure it out myself. The fun of streaming and all the things you got to deal with. Just got home. Yeah, no worries. Like again, it's really not a big deal. We'll live. It's just a bot. You know, I'll survive. It's okay. Yeah, so I mean, getting back to like the motivation, all that, like, so I'm getting back into this game, and I'm gonna try and put this out over the next I don't know how long it'll take, but I want to try and like kind of focus on this again for a bit, and then whatchamacallit. For those that don't know, well, you wouldn't know if you're not part of the Patreon, but on Patreon, we are doing a Patreon game that is also going to be monkey based. I can show you where it's at currently. It's still super early, but the idea with this is that actually use this one, I think. The idea is that words. The Patrons are going to get to choose what the game is, right? So I'm giving a list. I'm basically making a game with the Patrons. So I gave a list of options. They set up the first round that was picked was an action platformer. So what we're going to be making is an action platformer. So I have this set up here where we've got like our little monkey friend. He can jump. It is a variable height jump. If you can run and jump higher. So I kind of set this up, and they're able to go in and play with this right now. And the current vote that they are getting for the next week is whether or not, or is the type of combat we're going to be using. So depending on the type of combat, that's going to change stuff. So their options are going to be for ranged, for melee, or to stomp like in Mario. And depending on which one they choose, that will be added next. And we're going to continue making a game that way as kind of like a side project. So that one I get to make every couple of weeks. So the idea is the Patreons get a week to vote. Once the votes are done after that week, I have a week to add in whatever they voted on. And then they get another week to vote with the next round. So it gives me a week break each time. So I'm not just grinding on a project, and allows me to kind of work on something a little slower and a little bit more enjoyable. And then we have something fun, a fun feature that Patreons get to do. They get to help construct a game effectively.
Benny.
Gotcha. Require me to have a static IP, open my port to the firewall. Oh yeah, Ginger, that's a pain in the ass. No worries about that, dude. Ebot shutting down. Thank you, Ermelburn bot. I appreciate it. Way too much work. I agree with you. That's why, again, I'll switch over to Mix It Up bot. I just need to actually take the time to set it up, and this week was a bit of a pain in the butt. What was I doing? I needed to pee. That's what it was. All right, monkeys, fight. I will be back in like 30 seconds. I'm going to pee and get more water. Actually, here. I'm going to do the fun old thing that everybody hates. So Twitch keeps giving me money. You guys get to run this. Sorry. There. I'll be right back. I have returned. Did you guys break stream avatars? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Let's reload it. The Battle Royale broke it? No, it didn't. You guys did it. You know it was you. You know who you are. Looking at you. I'm watching you. Don't do it again. Be cool, everybody. Havoc needs to be pinned, though. I don't think I got that pin. Think. It's a perfect face. I love these buttons. It's a little off center, but it is what it is. Let's say about you making monkeys with guns in a Tico 8. I mean, you're free to make any type of game you want on it. I just prefer people don't use my art and all that kind of stuff. That's all. I just ask that. If you're going to the, why not use the pin command? Oh, it's because I have a button specifically for, like, on my Stream Deck. I have a button specifically that just does the beginning of the pin, and then I just finish typing out their name. So it's just reflex, really. I didn't update the pin command. That's an old one. That's why. Laziness. As we've been discussing this whole time, it's laziness. My goal is to be as efficient. My goal is to do everything I can as lazily as possible. Master game monkeys who try to stay at home. This little monkey went to the market. This little monkey stayed home. Vimlark lazy? No. Yeah. Yeah. Cough's better now? That's good to hear. Yeah, my throat has been just jacked for like 2 weeks now. It's annoying me. I have a meeting with my primary... I'm getting a new primary doctor, and I'm meeting with them on the 14th, so... like a week and a half. Hopefully I can get stuff figured out then. You're gonna try to make most monkeys go before the stream ends? Good luck. Have fun. I mean, a majority of the work with Monkeys with Guns that I did over the years wasn't specifically just, like, the coding of it. It was really the straight up, like, figuring out all the pieces, making sure... Because some people may not realize, like, early on, there was a point where when the monkeys died, they actually turned into ghosts that could still fly around the screen and shoot the blocks. You couldn't hit the monkeys anymore, but they turned into ghosts that could go around and still, like, mess up the terrain and break the world. And people didn't like that. I tested it a bunch, and it became confusing. It was just really... It was a non-elegant solution. And... I ended up removing that. Better to make it as a game dev. Should you learn to go to YouTube or should you go to DigiPen? So one, I don't know. I know what DigiPen is. I don't know their curriculum really, or any of that, or the cost. It kind of comes down to this. What do you want to do as a game dev? Or do you want to be a game like creator and make games? Or do you want to be someone who is a programmer and works on games? Because I feel like places like DigiPen and like, you know, class, like if you go to school for it, more what you're learning is how to work in the professional AAA world. where you're not actually making the games yourself. You're not designing them. You're not doing this. You learn how to be a coder and put together things working with a team. If you want to make games like you want to be the designer and kind of like be, you know, the influence on them and have like make the decisions, those kinds of things I say are probably better to do on your own, because you don't end up with all of the cost and loan costs. Like you don't have the same cost behind it. It really kind of depends on what you want. Again, I don't work in the games industry, so I'm not the best to give advice on this, so take what I say with a grain of salt. I try to be very clear about that. Like, I've never worked in the games industry. Not once, right? Like, I was, when I did make games basically for a job, which I did for like 2 years during the pandemic, I was more of a content creator than I was a game developer. Like, the revenue income that I had was not from making games. It was from making videos about the games. So I've never particularly lived or made any kind of money off of game creation itself. So again, my input should be taken with a grain of salt there. If you want to be a solo dev, honestly, I would say it's probably not worth putting in the money to spend on something like that. This would be my opinion. Again, my opinion. I would highly suggest talking to other people that are doing what you would like to do. But my opinion would be to put the energy and time into just learning and making yourself. YouTube. If you want to spend any money, look at places like, look at courses, right? There are a lot of people that have courses to learn game dev, from like reputable people that have made full things. Like I know Jason Wyman has a full course. I believe there's still a discount with mine I think I still have a discount with that one. It's still pricey, but paying like $1,000 for like a big course is a lot different than paying, tens of thousands of dollars to go to a college. You're going to have to balance all of that on what works best for you and what you're willing to pay. But if you want to make solo games and kind of be like a developer yourself and be the sole source, I would say more so than anything, start just making games and just start learning to design, learn what people like, learn what people want, and push that harder. But again, please don't make life decisions based on input I have given you. Fully. There's some YouTube channels on many disciplines. Oh yeah, dude, you can learn so much from YouTube. Like, I truly believe that a lot of the things I learned in college I could have learned from YouTube if YouTube had really been a thing when I went to college, right? Like YouTube became a thing while I was in college, but even YouTube becoming a thing at that time, it was still like, cat videos and, silly things on the internet. Like, YouTube wasn't what it was until long after I graduated, or what it is today until after I graduated college. So I probably, I wouldn't be in nearly as much debt if I had done any of that. But, hindsight's 2020, right? Like, there's no way I could have known that a free resource full of tutorials and information would be coming out years after I went to college. But you can do amazing things with YouTube. Is it true the gaming community is really toxic? Because I've been hearing that when doing research about going to school for it. It depends what realm you're in. It kind of depends, right? Like, I do feel like it gets more toxic when you get into the professional, like, AAA game dev world. That's where you run into the whole, like, misogyny and just really, like, think of it this way. You very rarely hear scandals coming out about indie game dev studios. It's the AAA world that has the problems, right? The Blizzards, the EAs, it's the big time ones. And because at that range, at that level, it's no longer like about games. It's a company, right? It's a corporation. So you're going to get all the same problems you get in most corporations in those kind of companies. And you have to be able to deal with that, right? Like, if you want to get into that line of business, that's where you're going. So that's the world you're working in. Like, I work in like, it's like corporate / startup. We're not quite a start, like the company I work for my day job, is not quite a startup anymore. We've been around for too long to be like a full startup, but we're still a really lean company that runs semi-startup-ish, but we're still corporate too at the same time. So can you play in that world, right? Because it's a different world. Like the way I act there, the way I interact in the corporate world, like the job that I do there is very different than like what I do with making games, right? It's a lot less about like you have to start focusing on making money, which is just how businesses work. So you can't look at it as much of enjoyment and hobby and fun. It becomes about money. And something to be noted, a lot of people find that when they start making games for themselves and publish them and start like their own indie studios and this and that, they end up running a studio more than they end up making games. So there's a lot of different ways to come into the games industry and make a living at it. And you just got to choose what fits you. Right? Like I learned very early, I don't want to work in the games industry. Like I don't want to work at a AAA studio. I'm actually perfectly happy working at the company I'm at, working in advertising in like I'm basically in the like the mobile solutions world. Just general app development, tech, marketing, app advertising, all of that kind of stuff. And I'm fine to live in that world and then have my playtime be in the game space. I don't want to go work for a game company or something like that, right? But that's me personally. David RB. Wait, what really bummed you out? Some people, like, here's the thing. Any community is going to have good and bad people, and you've just got to find the good people. Like, I have a local indie game dev community, and they're phenomenal. Like, I have all of my friends, all of the people that I consider friends and hang out with now, other than, obviously Lady Lark, who, predates all of that. Everyone that I hang out with and talk to, I met through my game dev community. And that's just people, right? You're going to find good and bad people in every space. So, Shiny, what's up, buddy? How are you today? Hope things are going well. Lurk, focus on your game dev? Dude, get at it. Hope it goes well. You're in the middle of making an MMORPG? Ooh. I always advise against making an MMO. MMOs are very complicated, take lots of money, lots of time, and cause lots of issues. And if you're still young, like you're saying, I would not suggest going for an MMO right now. I would say if you want to go that route and make like that kind of a game, focus more on like just the RPG side. Don't worry about the multiplayer and learn that first. My honest suggestion, and like, please don't do multiplayer games alone, and especially like if you're still fairly new or young to it, it will destroy you. MMOs are way bigger and more complicated than anybody realizes, I believe. But if you straight up make like an RPG, you're going to get a lot of the elements that go into an MMO, and then in the future, when you have that solidified, you can start looking at the online portion of it. You haven't even made a multiplayer yet, so okay. Yeah, and that would be like, I would 100% say then, like, focus on an RPG. Because you don't have to fight with the online component, right? You can learn that you're still moving towards your goal. If your goal is to make an MMO, awesome. You're still moving towards your goal, making an RPG, but you're not gonna get yourself bogged down, frustrated, and like go crazy dealing with online networking, because the networking interactions are nuts. Not to mention server costs. Like, there's a lot of costs associated with having something that runs, online all the time. Like, it can get very expensive very fast. So yeah, learn the RPG part, because you're still going to learn all of the things you need to go into an RPG, or an MMORPG, but you don't need to fight with the networking part first. And the whole thing is like, right, if you're 9th grade, like you say, you've got time. You've got nothing but time right now. Use that time to learn and get your skills up, learn how to design fun interactions, fun concepts, fun quests, because then when you really want to start pushing forward and you have that skill set, you're only going to be that much better. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to. I never want to crush anybody's dreams or like be like, don't do the thing you really want to do that you're interested in. But an MMO is like the kiss of death for like making you not want to keep going. I've seen it time and time again on people. it's a very complicated, crazy space and very difficult. Could a pixel art dungeon platformer game be a popular game? Popular is a really difficult thing to nail down. You'd really want to do a lot of market research if you have a particular game type you want to make. Look at what games are out there that are similar to the things that you're thinking of. Again, okay, I'm going into business mode now. I hope you guys don't mind. This is now me putting on my like work hat and to discuss it in this way. I find this stuff interesting, so hopefully you're interested in this kind of thing. But basically, you need to do some cost analysis and comparisons, right? Let's look at it this way, right? Say you want to make a pixel art dungeon crawler, Go look on Steam and see what games are in that genre and in that realm that are doing well. What do they work at? Like if you go and look in that realm and it's like, oh, dungeon crawlers, awesome. All of the top ones that are getting played and people are, talking about and making YouTube videos about, oh, none of them are pixel art. Well, then I would probably avoid pixel art because the genre is not picked up in there. You can, there's always going to be flukes, right? You're always going to have one-offs. So never look at one thing and be like, oh, this one game did it. There's a lot of people that'll cite, I'm going to make a game all by myself and do what Concerned Ape did with Stardew Valley. Well, what Concerned Ape did is an anomaly. What Concerned Ape did, what Notch did with Minecraft, what a lot of these guys have done with these ones that just blow up. Same with Toby Fox with Undertale, right? Those are the exceptions, not the rule. So you can't use those as basis for what you want to do. You need to go look at what the rest of the things are doing. I always go into think I'm a pessimist, and I take things a little bit more conservatively when it comes to I'm not a conservative in any regard other than when it comes to how you dedicate your time. And if you're trying to do something that you would like and you want people to be able to play it, well, you should be looking at things that people enjoy, right? Again, unless you're making something for yourself, then you're fine. Do whatever you want. But if your goal is to sell something, make something that people will buy and play, you need to look at the market, see what people are doing, what people are playing, right? It may not, you may need to gear something towards a different kind of aesthetic or style or mechanic because that's more popular at the moment. Again, flukes happen, they do. But they're not the rules, and you just got to be careful with that. A lot of people have tried to tell me oh yeah, I'm gonna do Concerned Ape did. It's you can't bet on being Concerned Ape, right? So you got to be cautious when it comes to how you dedicate your time, energy, and resources, especially if you're doing it as a passion project or a solo project. Because sadly I've watched people. I had a friend who made a game super awesome game. He loved it. We all loved it. And unfortunately, he didn't have that big of a social presence. The game finally came out, and it didn't do as well. And I kind of watched it hit him kind of hard. It kind of killed his motivation. It kills his enjoyment. It kind of hurt, right? You put that much energy. But honestly, the game type is super cool. It's just not a very popular one. So, you kind of have to... Feels bad. It does, right? It sucks to put, making a game is like making art, right? It really sucks to put a lot of effort into something and have nobody care. And I've made games that had nobody care. I've made tons of videos and had nobody care, and it hits you, whether you want it to or not, whether you believe it will or not, it's gonna hit you in some way. It's the same. I put out a video and the video doesn't do well. I feel bad about myself, and as much as you shouldn't let it happen, I reflect that onto myself and my self-worth. And a lot of people do that, so you need to be careful in how you approach things. If your goal is for something, if you know what your goal is, I want to sell this game, make sure you're doing some research into whether or not that game is even sellable, right? And I don't want to, I'm not trying to be harsh or crush anybody's dreams, but in terms of you were asking about a pixel dungeon crawler, I've seen games that have worked with that. You'd need to see what the market is, see what things are being sold as, right? You also if you want to make a game and make a certain amount of money, but all of the games are being sold in that genre that do well for like $2, then the people that like that genre aren't expecting to pay that much more than that. So you've got to be aware of that. Same as if you're wanting to make a mobile game. If you want to make a mobile game, you can't expect to sell that game for $10 on mobile. That's not the mobile environment. The mobile environment does not tolerate that. Like, I mean, you can make a game and sell it for that, but you're not going to be as crazy successful with it because the market pool you're going into is not that's not what they're used to, so they're not going to pay, right? You got to figure that kind of stuff out. Stardew Valley set up Harvest Moon genre and needed innovation a long time. Yeah, I mean, well, Stardew Valley was a passion project. It was a labor of love, right? Concerned Ape was making a game that they wanted to make, and it was a labor of love. Also, the thing that people forget about Concerned Ape had a big following while making the game. A lot of people think Stardew Valley came out of nowhere. Concerned Ape had a lot of people throughout the project following it. They didn't just release the game and it blew up. They had a dedicated hardcore audience before the game even came out. And that's the other thing I think a lot of people miss out on nowadays, especially if you're an indie designer. You need to have an audience to follow you. That's why like with YouTube, I focus so heavily there, right? My goal is like when I put out a game, I've got a dedicated audience that likes me, wants to support me, and follow the things that I'm doing and enjoys the way that I design and develop. And that's what my hope for is that those people see it, purchase it, and then share that with other people, and then that's what helps spreads the word, right? So that saves me money in marketing. Because if you want to market nowadays, like say you want to make a mobile game, like again, I work in mobile advertising, right? If you make a mobile game and you want to put it out and have it be on the top of the App Store the day it releases, which is your pivotal time to get downloads, we're talking at least $200K in marketing budget. Like $200,000 in marketing, pretty much. That's what's being paid. So by any competitor, that's what they're paying. So you're going to be competing against that. And you have to be able to either circumvent that with your own, with like grassroots efforts, like, you know, building an audience beforehand, or you got to pay. It's just the world. It's just what it is, right? Like it's just the world we live in. That's how it goes. Paid apps can work on mobile. Bloons Tower Defense 6, is $7 on mobile. And number 3, yes, but you're talking about an established brand. You're talking about the 6th game of an established brand, right? See, that's not a good. It is what it is. Exactly. That like Bloons Tower Defense 6 is not a good example of a paid game that did well on the App Store because it has an established brand behind it, right? There's 5 other games that people have been playing for years. It has a hardcore audience. So of course 6 is going to sell, right? It makes sense, right? It'd be like saying, you know, if they tried to make a completely new brand and didn't call it Bloons Tower Defense and it was, you know, Popping Balloons 1, they'd have to put a bunch of marketing behind that to get that noticed and seen. That's the reason why you see movie studios and companies paying so much money for licenses, is because they're paying for the audience. Like, that's what they're paying for. They're paying for the audience that likes that license. That's why licensing deals are a thing, is because you're buying the established audience and fan base because they are more likely to pay for something because it has that character in it. That's why companies are so tight with their IPs, right? Sad thing about mobile ads, are trying to be very manipulative. Yes, it's because, well, you've got 2 types of mobile ads. So there are 2 ways that mobile ads work. You have mobile ads that work based on just view counts. So whether they're seen, or ones that are done based on conversions. There's a whole section called performance marketing where they don't get paid unless you click, right? So they're able to make more money based on like clicks and conversions. So they will use any tactic they can to get clicks. My company used to have a division that did that, but that market's so dicey and scaly and all that. But that's how King became number 1 with like Candy Crush. King was spending over $1 million with my company alone, and we were one of like a dozen companies they were working with a month. They were spending $1 million in advertising when Candy Crush, this was when Candy Crush was at its height. So it was already the #1 game in the App Store, and they were still spending $1 million a month with my company alone. So on advertising, they were probably spending $8 million or more a month to advertise, to get more people to download the game, to get more clicks. Like, that's how much that stuff costs. Do you know for who first came up with the fake X ads? Oh, those go back to early internet days. People used to do scammy stuff, like when you'd hover over the no button, it would like switch them and move them to yes. Back in the day, it was like super Wild West. You have things now called the IAB, which is the International Advertising Bureau, I think it is, that has certain standards. Like my company follows all the IAB standards. We don't do I don't make those like massively scammy ads. I don't do those, thankfully. So I don't have to make those, thankfully. It's really nice that I don't do those. But there are definitely lots of companies that are still doing those. It's a grindy world in the performance-based marketing. It's not fun. Humans are basically like lab rats. Oh yeah, I mean, it's all about manipulation. These mobile companies pay so much money to psychologists and psychiatrists to develop habits, to develop like addictive behavior mechanics to keep people coming back. Yeah, it's crazy. And you want to see a game that's done mobile so there's a game I love this game. It's super exploitative. It does it basically does the whole mobile thing in an amazing way, and I think it's brilliant. But it runs all the same addictive, Pavlovian responses and everything. Adventure Capitalist, which is a mobile game where basically it's an idle game, but you can watch ads to get more points, to make things go faster. You can watch ads, and everything lets you watch an ad. You want this thing? Watch an ad. You want this thing? Watch an ad. You want this? Watch an ad. And it basically, and that's called incentivized advertising. You get paid a little bit less for incentivized advertisements from the companies that are advertising, but if you get enough of them, they do really well. And Adventure Capitalist just kills it. It's the only game I've ever seen that makes you want to watch an ad. And you watch them constantly. This type of idle games you watch for the extra 1,000%. Yeah, your jam. Yeah, no, it's developed amazingly. Is it possible to put ads in the Steam game? I don't know. Honestly, Adventure Capitalist is on Steam, and I've never tried it on Steam. So Adventure Capitalist is literally a game I download every, 6 months. I play the hell out of it for, 2 weeks, and realize I'm too addicted to this, and I have to uninstall it. I've gone through this process probably 5 times now. It's one of those games where it's it's just here to make you watch ads. Yeah, but the mechanics that they've built around the ads, that one's built around the ads, so it fits, it's thematic, it all kind of falls in place. I've had several other games that I've totally deleted because, I'm playing, it's like a level-based game, and every 3 levels an ad pops up, and it annoys me, and I've deleted them. Have I done the Tap Titans one? They didn't pull me in as much. I tried Tap Titans. It did not pull me in as much. I have played it, though. Is it like Idle Miner? Yeah, it's effectively that kind of a thing, right? It's, bars are going based on time. Yeah. Yeah, it's just an idle game. I haven't played Vampire Survivor. I want to try that game. Vampire Survivor is based on magic. Vampire Survivor, I think, is a very different type of game than that. We're going to put in theory Steam games could have ads. Yeah, you've got to be careful, again, because generally on Steam, you're going to get paid stuff. Steam, I believe what works better on Steam, and you also, again, this is where we're talking about, you got to talk about your platform, right? On mobile, the most profitable and common way that you see is a free game with in-app purchases. If you'll notice, a lot of games don't even let you do the what you used to be able to you'd be able to get the game and then pay a certain amount of money to turn off the ads and buy the game. But what a lot of companies found is that actually lost them money. So for them, it's you make a game and just give more options to get more to watch, to see more ads and whatnot, because it ends up making them more money in the long run. Because if somebody just pays the $5, which is way more convenient, and never sees ads again, you actually make less money moving forward. It's a game theory. I mean, it depends what type of game theory you're talking about, right? Because game theory actually, if you move into like what actual game theory is, it's actually discussions of no-win situations and the optimal approaches in taking them, like the prisoner's dilemma and a lot of those kind of situations where you really dig into what is the optimal choice with limited information, and you're basically trying to minimize loss. Like getting into real game, like when you get into like actual game theory, it's just hard math. Sticks, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Hey, games with ads just won't use them. I mean, it depends, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, what I was saying at though was game on Steam. What tends to work is games with in-app purchases too. Buying cosmetics and things seem to work decently well on Steam. The one thing you guys got to remember, if you don't know, and this is a hard truth, in the mobile games industry especially, mobile games are not being made for you, especially multiplayer games. If you're playing them for free, watching ads and stuff, and not really spending a lot of money, those games are not made for you. Mobile games survive off of a handful of what are called whales. Whales are people that come in and spend, I'm not even kidding, there are people that spend thousands and thousands of dollars a month in these games. So the actual design of a mobile game designer on a lot of these games is to make a game that's fun enough to keep the free players around to be stomped on by the whales. Because if the game entirely becomes pay to win, and they know it's pay to win, if it becomes entirely pay to win, the whales stop playing because there's no one to beat up. So they need to make the game fun enough and accessible enough that people will play for free. But the game's not for them. The game is for the whales. These people need to be kept around to be crushed. That's how the mobile games industry works. Especially when it comes to multiplayer games on mobile. It just is what it is. Does Extra Credits have an episode on whales? I stopped watching Extra Credits when Dan left and the allegations came out against what's-his-face. So I have not watched Extra Credits in a long time. Bro, supposed to be becoming a whale in Star Trek Fleet Command. Dude, that's one of those games that game brings in so much money for that, yeah. Like, I've played some games that were super fun. There was a Power Rangers fighting game on mobile that was a blast to play. Super, super fun. But it was one of those games, right? Like, I knew I was just basically, I was krill to be eaten by whales. And it got really annoying after a time, so I deleted it. But they don't care about me deleting the game. As long as new people are coming in to be crushed, that's all that matters. Is there a way to get around ads in mobile games? Oh, turning it in airplane mode? Yeah, but that doesn't work in a multiplayer game. If you have a game that's like you're playing against other people, it doesn't work in that. Like another game I was playing that I really, really liked, called Smashing 4, was like that too. But you play against people online, so you can't go into airplane mode with it. Does the airplane have airplane mode? No, they use radios. Can the high hole block ads? I don't know. I don't dig into like I use ad blockers and stuff. Like I'm not like someone who's like against ad blockers, but generally when it comes to like mobiles, I don't mess with ad blockers on mobile, honestly. I don't really touch it. Quiddo, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Free-to-play is currently broken. A high-cost drive players away from free-to-play games. Oh yeah, it's currently broken. I agree, but it's still making billions. Like if you look at like numbers and things, the mobile games industry makes more money than the console and PC games industry combined, and also I believe. I don't know if it counts the other games, but, like, it also makes more than all movies, TV shows, and other things combined, too. Like, the mobile games industry is insane, because here's the thing. If you're in the West or in, like, Western countries, we don't think about it as much, but there's a lot of the world. You get into, like, India, China, places like that have billions of people. A lot of people over there don't actually have a computer or a console, but they have a phone. So phone games, especially in China, are huge. Like, we're talking full MMOs on mobile, and they're huge in China. Huge. So the actual market for mobile is way bigger than anything else. It's absolutely insane, which is why there's so much money put into it. I should pop over to Scotland in March for this game jam. That would be awesome. I would love to get out of this frickin' country. I don't have a passport. Or money to travel to Scotland. Airplane doesn't work these days. Most games bring up a prompt to say connect to the internet. Yep. I mean, that's, again, they'll get around it, right? Candy Crush has made $1.2 billion in revenue. Yeah. I mean, and they were spending millions and millions when they were the top game. So even being the top game of the App Store, they were still spending millions a month on advertising to get more players. It's been roughly 18K on Raid Shadow Legends for 4 years. Damn! What's up, Caden? How you doing, buddy? Damn, I've never played Raid Shadow Legends. I've never played it. Clash of Clans, over 4 billion. Yep. Like, people don't realize, like, especially if you're in, like, the PC gaming culture, we don't see that perspective, because the gaming market that we usually think about as, like, gamers, that's why I hate the term gamers, is because the people that are actually, like, playing games and making, and, like, spending money if you want to live and survive making these kind of games, you're not advertising to people like us. We're the people you don't want playing your games. And I say that knowing I'm trying to make a game to sell to people like you. Yes. But honestly, if you're all about revenue, we are the worst kind of people. The people that are knowledgeable about game mechanics, savvy about that. You don't want us playing the games. They don't want us. They want, the 15-year-old or the housewife or, the busy person who just needs something to relax at the end of the day. And doesn't pay attention to, like, all of that kind of stuff. That's, like, we're not the target audience. And there is a much larger audience for games than what most people, quote-unquote, think of as gamers. They want our money, basically. Yeah, it's a business. Those companies are businesses. They have hundreds, if not thousands, of employees. They only care about money. That's how companies work. Now, I'm not defending it or saying it's right. That's just how it is, right? That's just what it is. And people need to be aware of that if they want to get into the industry and make decisions, informed decisions based on what they want to do. Nothing personal, it is. It's not even it's just business. It just is. And you can be high-minded and, a dreamer and not want to do those things, and that's great. But for every one person that is successful doing that, like for every one concerned ape out there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, that never got their game seen by more than 1,000 people or 100 people. Right? It's just it's numbers, it's statistics, it's ratios, it's just facts. I'm 15 and a programmer. I know this kind of stuff. Yes, but you know this stuff. How many people are at your school that don't? On average, if you took an average of the school, how many people know as much as you do about this kind of stuff? Right? Like, it's about quantity, not quality on a lot of that stuff. You cast from working in advertising and marketing, you cast a wide net and you hang on to the things that bite, right? And we're not the people that bite. Oh, you're homeschooled? Okay, well, fine. I guess then technically in your school, out of you and your parents, then it's still probably a higher disproportion of people that don't know it all. Unless your parents are savvy, in which case I grew up with parents that were not tech savvy in the slightest. So I never got like a tech background growing up. Or have quality games be played, not milked for money. Yeah, I mean, again, and here's the thing, right? the other thing that people forget about nowadays is if you want to have a game studio, right? Like, say you want to make it, and this is a problem for indie games too, right? You're an indie game studio. You decide you're going to start an indie game studio with your friends. You've set up, and cool, you've made and released your game. Well, now you've got two options. Say the game did decently well even, right? Okay, well, now you've got two options. The game did decently well. You can afford to pay your people for a little bit. But the moment your game releases, if it doesn't have microtransactions and other ways to make money inside of the game, your sales immediately start to go down. That's just a fact, right? The game comes out and the sales immediately start to go down. It's like buying a new car. The value depreciates the moment you drive it off the lot. Well, you've got a company full of people. Okay, you can start working on your next game, which may or may not be successful. Or you make a game that continually tries to make revenue so people can continue to have jobs and keep working on that game and keep it going forward. It's a difficult proposition, right? Just making one game and selling it as a studio is fine, and it's great if it's a success, but as a studio, if you make a game, say you have 10 people on staff and you make a game and it bombs, you have to lay those people off because you can't afford to pay them anymore. So now your studio dies. So it's really scary for studios to hinge their entire future on the success of an unknown, which is why so many the big companies especially, have now started shifting over to microtransaction models because it's a constant stream of revenue for them. It's why you see something like GTA 5 that they just keep making more stuff for GTA, right? Because they found out, oh, we can just keep the game rolling instead of needing to worry about people buying the game, buying the next game we make. It's, how do you balance that proposition? It's a scary thing. I don't have answers. These are just, things I know from talking to people that have worked in the industry, seeing, the things that happen, and just knowing business and marketing and advertising. Can you please get GTA 6? I mean, I think they're working on it, but GTA 5's been out since 2012? I think they're officially done updating GTA 5. But I mean, look, they still ran it for over 10 years. Before that, you had a new GTA coming out every couple of years because they needed to sell a new game, right? DLC is no longer enough for companies to survive off of anymore, mostly. AAA games launched with 5 to 10 DLC packs already. Yep. And okay, and a big reason for that, so actually another reason, from, again, business perspective, the reason they do that is so they can keep their artists employed, right? So when you finish, when you're finalizing a game and you're into the bug fixing and playtesting mode, the artists don't have a lot to do. So generally what they do is they start putting them on concepting and creating the things for DLCs, because there's a overlap of when people can make things. So if you need, you can't just have parts of your team sitting around doing nothing. As a business, it's not feasible, right, to stay in business if you do that. Working on GTA 6 still leaked? Yeah, but I guarantee you they had a much smaller team working on GTA 6 for most of the time that it's been being worked on than, once it's fully ramped up. How old do you have to be to put a game on Steam? I think you have to at least have someone who's 18 to be able to put it on. It might be based on the country, but I think you at least need to have someone who's actually signing over as an adult on it, I believe. PS2 got 3 GTAs and GTA 4 on the PS3. Yep. Mikro, welcome back. Mom and Dad be able to put it on Steam. Yeah, a lot of people are able to do that. One thing to also keep in mind and be careful of is you run into liabilities and things. A lot of people, I've had it suggested and told a lot of people it's best to set up a small LLC if you're putting a game on Steam, especially because then liabilities hit the company instead of you. Because if your parents sign up for something, say your game goes on, crashes somebody's computer, they sue, destroy someone, you gotta be careful with some of that stuff. So setting up some sort of corporation, it costs a little bit more money, but you save yourself in liability. I know when David and I publish Monkeys with Guns, the plan is we will be setting up a small co-op LLC, limited liability corporation, I believe is what it stands for. I don't know what the difference is in other countries. That's the U.S. like method, but most countries have like a sole proprietary small company, like a way to set up a business when you're like sole proprietor or like has like one or two people. You can set up like a small business effectively, but what it does is that removes you from like if say you own a house, right? No one can leverage your house against, you know, your company. Less than a few hundred. I think something it's like $800. So it's still pricey, at least in the U.S. From my buddy David saying it's like $800 to do the lawyer's fees, the paperwork, and set it all up. And you have to pay that like every year, but it covers you like financially, like legally. Like what we're doing is we're going to set up a company, the two of us, and then effectively any money that's made on the game goes to them, and then we get basically salaries or compensation paid from the company to us. So the money won't go directly to me, it goes to the company we set up, and then that company is what distributes the salary to each of us. And it just saves a lot of complications. So I would definitely say that $300 depending on your state. Okay, so yeah, depending on where it is. You've opened over 50 of them. Okay, so there you go, right? But yeah, limited, like look into that. If you're going to publish a game, I would highly recommend looking at that kind of a thing to just save yourself complication. Because if say your game bricks somebody's $10,000 computer by accident, then, you know, if they sue the company, okay, that deals with it. The company goes bankrupt. Okay, well, they don't get to go after your house too, kind of a thing. Your best friend's dad works at EA? Nice. I've got a buddy that works at EA. He works in one of the mobile departments. Funnily enough, I have a buddy that left Blizzard because he hated working at Blizzard and everything that went on there, all the stories from there, and went to EA. And weirdly enough, he's like, I love working where I'm at right now. Compared to Blizzard, it's amazing. But he's in one of EA's mobile departments, so he's not like the core EA stuff. He's on like a subsidiary company. Is it worth working for like EA, Epic Games, Nintendo? Again, it depends on the working environment you want. When you work for a company like that, you're working for a corporation. So that's kind of like doing a lot of just standard business jobs, right? You're not if you're working for a company like that, especially when you start, you won't get to make any decisions. They will tell you what to do and you will make them, and you have to choose a specialty. Are you a programmer? Are you an artist? Are you a QA tester? Like you don't get to do all of the realms. You work on a specific thing. Right? And that's all you do when you work at a company like that, because you're hired on for a specific job. So again, if that's something you're interested in, like if you're a programmer and you just want to program and work on games, that's a great approach to go, right? But just know that you won't be able to have a lot of decision making. And the other thing to keep in mind, if you're an indie developer, when you go to some of those AAA corporations, a lot of times in their contracts, you're not allowed to make your own games on the side. So you need to check your contracts and make sure that you can or can't, like, depending on what you do, right? Like, there's a lot of companies that you're not allowed to make video games at the same time while you work there because they don't know if you're taking any of their tech. And like, just, you've got to be careful with a lot of that stuff, too. So keep these are just all things to consider, right? Again, I don't know. I can't make a decision for anybody. Everybody needs to make their own informed decision. These are just the things I've learned over the last couple of years of being friends with a lot of people that work in the AAA space or AA space or indie space that I've found out, and you know, I can share this knowledge because I don't got to worry about it. I don't work in the games industry. So if you say you're a programmer, they won't have you be a janitor, right? No. You'll get hired for the job. Like, your contract will state what you do, right? Like, I'm hired at my company as kind of general graphics design, right? Like, I'm the creative design director of the mobile of the marketing department. So I kind of handle anything that falls under the creative category. But when I first got hired, I was a production artist. And all I did was just art, right? They'd be like, here's the ads we need you to make, and I'd make them. Here's the thing, here's the sales thing we need you to make, and I'd make that. right? As you work your way up, you can get into like, now I have a lot more say, right? I can say, this is bad, let's change this. Like now I'm fully like, we're revamping the website, I'm rewriting copy, I'm making decisions for the company on how it presents itself to the masses, right? Or masses, I say like how it just presents itself to customers publicly. I never got to do that before. Like up until probably like a handful of years ago, I never really had that much sway. Actually, really, never until going back. Like, now that I went back to my company, I went back with a director title and all of that. Now I have say. I have sway. I have the ability to affect things. I never really had that before. I was kind of a general dog's body, do the thing, you know? And generally, if you start at those companies, you start doing grunt work. And that's just how it goes. Working for a big company sounds terrible. It depends what you want, right? It just depends what you're looking for. I find, personally, I have found every time I've tried to turn something I really love into like work. Like I have a degree in photography. I went to school for photography. I loved photography. I got a job as a professional photographer. Hated it. Some people, like me, I know personally, turning your passion into your job completely kills all of the passion you have for it. And that's happened with me multiple times in my life. So I'm the type of person, I prefer corporate work because I'm not super invested, right? I will do what the company wants. I will make the company look as good as it can. I will do everything I can during those working hours to make the company successful. But at the end of the day, when I go home, I don't care, right? Like I don't have to hold on and like stress about whether the company's doing well, you know, because it's not mine. And some people like that separation because then I can, when I'm done with work, I can go into stuff that I do care about, that I have full ownership of. And I don't have to worry as much about like all of the finances because it's being supplemented by the day job. And there's a lot of people that like that. So it really just depends on what you want to do with your life and how you want to live it. How do you passively make Vim bucks? You're doing it right now. As long as you're here, you're passively making it. If you want more, you can subscribe. Pay to win, right? You won't be able to say ever having not freedom though. Yeah, and that may not be right for you. Like my buddy David, right? The guy that does Warp Metrics, the guy I'm making this with. He's been a consultant and working independently as a contractor, doing consulting and all that kind of stuff for like 15 years now. He's taught. We were joking about it at the party I was at with his wife. I was talking with his wife and some other friends about, because he's just been like, I want to just like, he's been thinking about like, I'll just go back to work and do, get a normal job. And we're just like, yeah, it'll be great for about a week until you tell your boss to fuck off and then you get fired because you don't know how to do, like, until they tell you to do something that you think is a stupid thing. And you don't want to do it that way, but, you're not the boss there. And he's like, yeah, you're probably right. It's difficult. Like, I definitely have seen people that have, they've owned their own companies. So the company I started with, that I work for now, we were bought out, right? I started with a company. A year after me working there, we were bought by another company. And then the owners stayed on for a little while afterwards, and they were going insane. They couldn't handle having bosses. They had run the company, and now they had bosses because the company had been purchased. So now they were technically under the new ownership. So they were now employees. And they couldn't take it. I mean, they were completely awful people, but like that was a huge problem. So if you're an independent person who's been working alone, working by yourself and whatnot, that could be a real deal breaker. I've also had another buddy who owned his own, like he made websites and did all of his stuff. He worked contracts and independently for a number of years. And then his kids started going to college and he was like, you know what? I'm just going to get a day job. And he's loved having a day job because he's like, I don't have to do too much and I can still work on my projects on the side. And it's just, it takes a load off your mind. It takes a load of stress. Again, there is no right and wrong. It's just what works for you. Right? That's what you need. What is important to you? Bye, have fun picking up the bean. She's too tired to walk home. Aw, poor thing. Little Ark had to work at like 7 a.m. this morning. And she worked at 7 a.m. yesterday, too. Poor thing. Shift schedules, man. I haven't done that in a decade or more. It is frightening that I have a child old enough to work, though. I'm old. You need artistic freedom. Artistic freedom is a huge thing too, right? When you work for a company, you're not the artistic freedom. You don't get the artistic freedom until you eventually get to become some sort of creative director or whatever. Old Lark, yes. Facts. Sorry, we got off on like way different topics here talking about stuff. I hope this was interesting in some way though. If I've said anything that's confusing or weird, let me know. Hard to have freedom if you have money, though. It's the thing, it's like, if someone's paying you to do something, you know, they want it done their way, because they're paying you. Zzz, thanks. Thanks, Ginger. Or you can work like Ginger. Ginger works like a dog. Confusing or weird? Me? Never. Never. I have never said anything that wasn't coherent or understandable. Should all platforms have jump pads and spikes on the floor? I'm gonna say yes with my tongue in my cheek. Like, I jokingly always say yes, but no, not really. Like, it kind of depends on the platformer, honestly. But yes, yes. You do and you don't? Alright, fine. Ginger pretends to work really hard all day. Ginger's got to actually, like, go to places and work. Ew. I will say, I have been much happier and my life has gotten much better since I've gone back to work and my job lets me, and I get to work from home. It's made my life amazing. Are we good in puzzle platformers? Again, it depends on the type of puzzle mechanics you're using. Because here's the thing, right? If you want to make a platformer game where nobody dies, where the player can't die, well, you probably don't want to put spikes in there. It just depends if it fits. There's no hard yes or no's. But there are plenty of puzzle platformers that have spikes, you know, because if you do something wrong, that's considered it's a fail state. You already have switches. I mean, usually, yeah, with a puzzle platform, it's switches, levers, bounce pads can usually be helpful to, like, bounce pads are fun in those kind of games because they can usually get you to areas you can't get to. I had fun of, like, you know, being able to put a bounce pad on top of a block, and then you could push the block around and then move the bounce pad, so that gives you more interesting puzzle ideas. It really, you can do everything. You work on a puzzle platform, won't have those things? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you could totally do it. I think... And the thing is like, you say spikes, right? But spikes just generally mean death plane. Like, the spikes can be replaced with anything. Like, I have this puzzle platformer. I don't think this one has spikes, but it has, like, acid, right? So if you fall in the acid, you die. But it doesn't have spikes. So, technically, it has spikes, they're just not themed as spikes, right? Like, when you get into it, like, spikes are just... Where's that game? When you get into it, spikes are just... Yeah, like, it's acid instead of spikes, right? Spikes are just... a fail state. So you can retheme them however you want. So no, like, none of them... nothing needs anything. It just, does it work? Is it fun? Light Jack, you going to sleep? See you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. You killed a player in other ways? See? Be more creative. How do you make people hate the game? Should you have an idle animation in games? I like them, but it's up to you. Unfortunately, it's all subjective. Like, I really can't give you a hard yes or no, unfortunately, because... meh, sometimes. The reason I like idle animations is because, well, it keeps the screen from looking too static. But if you're going for like an old school style, you may not want that look if you're going for a certain aesthetic. So the answer is maybe? Classic Sonic idle animations. Well, the Sonic ones are great because those have timers on the idle too. Sonic has multiple idles. It has an idle and then it has a timed idle. So once the timer goes, once you are in an idle state for a certain amount of time, it switches to another idle animation that jokes around about the fact that he's been standing around for too long. No idle animation equals did my game crash? It could. It very much could. I personally, I'm a big fan, again though, I like old cartoony stuff, right? So I'm a big fan of like the 1930s, everybody has a bob to their idol. Like, you know, nobody actually stands like this, but all my characters have a bobbing animation in their idol, and it's usually just like a pixel up and down kind of a thing, just to give it a little bit of, just to give it a little life, right? But again, it depends what you're going for. That's kind of the crux of it. So his son would jump off the screen after 3 minutes of idle. Oh, did he? I never had a Sega system. I never owned a Sega system growing up. So I'm not super familiar with Sonic games. Weirdly enough, I was, you know, I didn't have we weren't like massively I didn't grow up in like a wealthy family. I had a Nintendo, so we weren't like awful, but like I had a Nintendo and a Super Nintendo. And then I moved up to a PlayStation. And then a PlayStation 2. Literally, my console progression is NES, Super NES, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, Xbox 360. And then we got the PlayStation 4 for the kid a couple years ago, and a Switch. Oh, I did not have a 3DS. Okay. I'm old enough to have the Game Boys, like the original Game Boy, the Game Boy. Like my parents, they didn't buy consoles, but we did more of the handheld. So I had the Game Boy Pocket, progressed into the Game Boy SP when I was in high school. I bought that with my own money from working, and then the DS Lite. I never even had an original DS. You grew up on Sonic? Yeah, it just depends kind of what you had, right? Like I had a neighbor that had a Genesis system, so I got to play it a bit, but I never played Sonic at their house. You know what I played a lot of, though? Golden Axe. That's what I played a lot of on Sega. And then I had another neighbor that had a TurboGrafx 16, and they had Slaughterhouse and Bonk's Adventure, and those games are freaking choice. Alex Kidd's much better game than Sonic. So, personally, I don't like Sonic's movement. I never liked Sonic's movement, because Sonic is really fun when you're moving fast, but if you have to do any kind of like precision platforming with Sonic, it always felt clunky to me. I never played Alex the Kid though either back in the day. Is it Orange? Is that how you pronounce it? I probably butchered it, or is it just Orange? How you doing? You're from Utah. Welcome. I am in California. How are you? How are things in? Oh God. Why did I blank on what Utah was? I was about to... I just realized I also don't know if you're actually in Salt Lake City, so I guess it wouldn't make sense to say how are things in Salt Lake, because I don't know if you're actually in Salt Lake, so... That's just the only place in Utah I know. I've never actually been to Utah. How are things in Utah? How's game development going? We are randomly talking about like all things like game development right now that are not particularly anything. 30 minutes west of SLC. Nice, dude. It's cold. Yeah, Salt Lake's a pretty place. I've never been out there, though. Although, one of my favorite movies is set in Salt Lake. SLC Punk is set in Salt Lake City, and it's an awesome movie. Oddworld. Abe's Adventure is awesome. Yeah. That's actually one of the few games my wife remembers playing as a kid. Or, not as a kid, but younger. Wouldn't be a Vimlark stream if we didn't talk about random stuff. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? That's the point of streaming. It's, in my opinion, the point of streaming is to have interesting conversations more so than, like, getting things done. That's what I care about, at least. Everybody got an update for one of your Steam games? I was like, hell yeah, dude. How's the game going on Steam for you? We're actually looking at this. This will hopefully be my first actual Steam release game that we're pretending to work on right now. This will hopefully be my first Steam release. I've actually never released a game on Steam. I've been more so a game developer, like I like to jokingly say that I'm kind of I'm the modern incarnation of a Flash developer. So instead of using Flash, I'm making HTML5 games you can play online, and then I make content about it. Thetra, how you doing, buddy? Everything suggested for your game today, symbols for colorblind on the tanks, mouse locked, and computer buying stuff on the other side. Hell yeah, dude. I really liked the game that you shared yesterday. I thought that was a really cool idea, and I think those things will help a lot. Because the jam's not over for that one, right? You said you were making that for a jam. So I think so hopefully it goes well. I love the concept, though. Good luck when it comes to uploading a game to Steam. I've heard it's a nightmare. No. I'm working with a legitimate genius and a full, like, professional programmer. I don't have to do any of that stuff. This is why I'm teaming up with somebody to do that. David gets to figure all that stuff out, and he's done it before. He's released games on Steam. He's done all that stuff. So, and he's got connections, and we may look after the release possibly to see how, depending on how well it goes, to possibly look at consoles too, because he's got connections with that. Steam can be a pain, but it's doable. Yeah, and I mean, David's basically, I mean, this is a guy who, tools programmer for Sony, develops VR crazy crap right now. Like he's a bona fide coder. Drop key to new game? Ooh. What you got? Let's see. On Saturdays, we actually do community game days where we play games made by community members. And basically do like critiques and just kind of show them off and have fun and all that. So, sweet. Balls!
$5 a month!
Ooh.
Vim follow heart, Vim follow heart, Vim follow heart.
Hey, MGX. What is up, buddy? Thank you for the 7 months of $5 a month. Everybody, put some hearts in chat. Show some love. Balls is my favorite exclamation when something goes wrong.
In Aranya 44's new game Balls, nice path to the center and get your...
Steam's video player is the worst thing in existence. I swear to God.
Balls! The new game.
Balls. Well, that's cool looking. What an interesting take. Okay, so you're manipulating the terrain to move balls into the goal hole? That's cool. That's an opposite take on what I've seen on a lot of, like, ball movement games. What a neat idea. Cool, dude. Hell yeah. That looks crazy. Are you using, like, what's it called? Because that's a lot of individual elements. Are you using, what's it called? Crap. What is the programming method that allows you to have, like, a ridiculous amount of entities and objects? I'm blanking on it now. Oh, it's just Unreal? Really? That's super cool. I play in the 2D realm, so I've never had to worry about, like, massive, like, memory usage and stuff pooling. No, it's, God, what did Ava used to work on? She made a game that had, like, she could do an RTS with, like, 15,000 cats and stuff. Not Emacs. Emacs just, what is it called? ESC. It's some, like, specific thing that they were doing. It was in Unity that she was working in. But it was a thing that allowed her to basically code, like, just a ton of stuff. It's just much better memory management and stuff. Oh, I can't think of the name now. I'm blanking on it. I have not been able to remember crap today. Why does content creator always mute any video they watch? Because copyrighted material. I don't know what it says. Dots, thank you. Dots and ECS. Yes. Yeah, dots ECS. That's what I was thinking. So ECS, Mickey, you were right with ECS, but the dots was the one I was trying to remember. Thank you, Digital Aid. Appreciate it. And welcome. And Irma Burn too. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's dots. I had a buddy making stuff. She was making stuff with dots, and it was like literally she could have like 20,000 cats in like an RTS type thing that she could like zoom out, select them all, and move them around, and it was still running at like 100 frames a second. I love how I just ignore your message. You see why I saw this one first, right? You see the giant pink box around it that draws the eye in? What is an RTS? A real-time strategy game? Generally, it's like a world that goes on and you select units and move them around. Think of StarCraft. Thanks for the trail. Yeah, it looks really cool. Actually, here. Also, I'm totally happy to share this too if anyone else would like to check it out. Let me grab a link for it. I'm always happy to just like I love the fact that people in the community are just making cool stuff, and you know, I'm always happy to shout it out. Like, go check out some cool things. There you go. Balls. If you guys want to check that game out, here you go. Give it a look. I haven't played it yet, but you know. At the very least, the one thing I like to always say, wish lists are free. And they help the community out tremendously. So anybody you know that's got a game on Steam, at least go give it a wish list, because that helps their visibility when other people are looking up games. The more wish lists you have, the more it helps other people see it. What is StarCraft? All right, Juggler, we're gonna need you to learn some. No, I'm just kidding. StarCraft it's RTS is kind of a dead genre nowadays. To be real, like to be perfectly honest, RTS is more of a '90s genre. Early 2000s. It's not that big, at least in like Western countries still at the moment. There's not that many like RTS games out there that people actually like are playing and know about much. They're just look up RTS. That'll be the easiest way. I'm not a big RTS fan. I don't play them, so it's a little hard for me to like really give you a good example other than StarCraft. AoE. Which one's AoE? Why am I blanking on AoE? Oh, Age of Empire. Is Age of Empire still going? We've seen HBO Max RTS show. So the whole show is just filmed from a drone way above everybody's head, and you just watch them all run around. I've never played. Again, RTSs were never a genre I was really into. I've never played Age of Empire or StarCraft or any of that. I played StarCraft once, and it was alright. It just wasn't for me. Whispered a key to give away as well? Oh, you're sweet. Wait. Now we gotta figure out a good way to do giveaway, because my raffle's not set up well. Here, we can just do this. I think, let me just turn the raffle on in the bot. We can do that. That's very kind of you. Stoff, what's up, buddy? How you doing? It's a great game dev exercise to get with AI logic. Oh, I'm sure it is. RTSs are they're complicated. I've never tried to make one. There we go. Let's see if that works. Try typing ! enter. If you would like a game. From Steam. Donated very kindly by RNJ. Also, is it orange or is it orange? Orange. It's probably orange, huh? I don't want to butcher your name. I apologize. Okay, it's not running. Hang on. Sorry, it's not running. It's not reading it. I tried to turn on the raffle inside of the bot, but it does not seem to be wanting to play nice. Open the raffle. Raffle, come on. Be in progress. Well, now the bot's just being a bastard. I haven't used this raffle in a very long time. Yeah, it's not running it. What a bastard. Alright, what we're gonna do... The monkeys will decide. The monkeys will decide. Whoever wins gets it. It's a free-for-all. Watch, Orange is gonna win. Stuff. You just jamming? Nice, buddy. What are you working on? Which jam are you working on? By the way, if you guys don't know stuff... I'm trying to chatbot. I mean, I turned it on. I probably didn't set something up right. I'm sure it's on me. So go check out stuff, guys. Oh, you're doing the Boss Rush jam? Nice. If I win. I will win. Thanks for shout out, of course. Just saw your head go flying. My brains, no. That's my meal ticket. The final battle. Antonio looks like they're winning. Or not Antonio, that's a K. I can read. Agnato has destroyed everybody. I will whisper you your prize. Although I think I need them to say something to win. How does Steam key work? It's just a key you put into Steam. If you ever have a Steam key, you go here, add game, activate product, and then you put in your stuff here. There you are. Whisper. Here you go. Enjoy your balls. The game is literally called Balls. How do you give them away? Once you have a game in Steam, you can generate keys to give away. I actually need... Here, we're going to do one more Battle Royale. I need a quick moment to run to the restroom again. I gotta pee. So, murder, have fun. Yeah, I wasn't going to be long enough to run an ad. I should. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Did you really want an ad? Do you really want an ad? Nobody likes ads. Nobody likes ads. All right. We should probably do something today, huh? Doesn't affect you either way since you're sub. That is true. Glad you didn't get an ad. So you're glad I make no money. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. You like ads they run every 20 minutes? I should just start. You're glad. Oh. Look how sad you've made me. Vim cry. Vim cry. Sad panda. Who needs money? Me. Children are expensive. Think the bot can run ads? Probably. I should probably just set it up to run every hour. Just run like a minute every hour and then call it a day. Rich, I say. What's up, Angman? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Bezos needs money for more rockets. More rockets. I'm so glad we're kind of out of that phase of people caring that rich people are going into space. Like, cool. Go into space. Fucking stay there. You're pricks. Okay, so on this one, these were meant to be, these are falling, I need to develop falling platforms, which I was starting to develop over here. This was too detailed. I think these platforms are fine for falling platforms, actually. So I'm going to get rid of that. Is Rocky's Jam coming up? I don't know. They're doing what, 2 a year or 3 a year now for that? I don't remember when they're doing the next one. I was never a big, like, I didn't really watch Brackies. So I have not stayed up. I don't really pay attention to Brackies much just because what is it? I didn't use Unity. So I didn't have the same, like, Brackies didn't have the same impact on my game development journey as it does for most people because I didn't use Unity. Doing 2 summer and winter. Okay. It's Ludum Dare that's doing 3 a year now, I believe. What's up, Argentum Star, by the way? How are you? Oh, my throat. Wish Brackies would come back. I mean, from their, I get it from their perspective. Like, doing tutorial work is super grindy. Like, doing that for, like, a living is super grindy. I can definitely recommend, like, Warped Imagination does a lot of Unity stuff. Code Monkey does a ton of really good Unity stuff. Jason Wyman does a lot of really good Unity tutorials and stuff. So if you're looking for other places, those are some good places to check as well. Game Maker's... Wait. MGS... Game Maker Studios coming back? Who's MGS? Need to watch more Jason Wyman. Yeah, Jason's a cool dude. Again, I haven't really... Oh, Monkeys with Gun, yeah. Brackies will also... yeah, I don't think Brackies will care. So, funnily enough, the contact that I work with Jason Wyman, I mean, Jason Wyman's is actually a close friend of David, the guy that I work on Monkeys with Guns with. So I've hung out with Jason Wyman before at David's house and discussed stuff. But the business person that Jason Wyman has that helps like organize and coordinate stuff is Andreas, who used to actually work for Brackies. So yeah, I actually usually talk to Andreas, who used to work for Brackies actually, when I do stuff with him. Metal Gear Solid? I never played Metal Gear Solid. Key is monkey's gun used for shooting on the keyboard. I don't remember. I have no idea. I mainly played it with a controller. I don't remember. I don't remember. Just pick one. I think my keyboard controls were a little funky because depending on whether you were one keyboard and a controller or two players on the same keyboard, it changed. So it kind of depended on which way you were playing. Yeah, I don't remember. I think if you were like, if it was one player on a keyboard, it was like you had WASD to move, and then I think it was like arrow keys to move and Z and X. I think I was using, or WASD and JKL are usually ones. Was it Shift? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember my own things. That game's not meant to be played with keyboard. It's terrible on keyboard. Play with a controller like a real person. Remake's going well. You finish before the stream ends. There you go. There's a lot to it. I put a lot in that game. You got to get the full screen wrapping. You got to get destructible terrain. You got to get the monkeys. You got to get the spikes that come in. What does left-handed gamer use to move? Set your game up when you make? I mean, it kind of depends. So generally, you've got a couple of, like, you've got WASD, WASD. Keep in mind that some people have different kinds of keyboards. You have, like, AZERTY keyboards, which change that up a little bit. But a lot of times people will use that and then, like, space to jump if it's a platformer. I usually just set up so that WASD and arrow keys do the same thing. So WASD work the exact same as the up, down, left, and right arrows, and I just tie all of those together, usually. I find that to be the most like sensible way to make it all work. Because you really run into a weird thing with left-handed. You run into a weird thing where some left-handed people have just adapted to like a right-handed methodology where they use a mouse with their right hand and they still use their keyboard with their left. Others use their left hand with their mouse and their right hand on the keyboard, in which case they default to like arrow keys a little bit more, so it kind of depends on the person too. Key selection's a pain in the ass. The setup, it really is. It really is. So we got our monkeys. They are super cute. I really like the scientist monkeys. These two make me happy. These two are my favorite. And then we've got our dapper gentleman, our factory worker. Ginger, you're left-handed? Did I not know that? I don't think I ever knew that. Keyboard and mouse use just like normal right-handed? Okay, so yeah, you use your mouse with the right hand. Look like characters from a ground? What's a ground? I've never heard of a ground. What at? Got that? Okay. Yeah, it's got that kind of low pixel art style with that are like super wide. I can see that. I can see that. It's just general low. It's just general low res pixel art. Oh, super cute. Yeah, I've never seen that game. What if I was just a human caveman? Am I gonna make monkeys with guns pay to win? Of course. If you pay for the game, you win. It's an amazing pixel art adventure game. I'll have to check that. I've never played it. I never even heard of it actually. Was it just PS4? Aground. Oh, it's on the Switch and PC. Cool. I'll check that one out. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one before. Interesting combination of magic and technology mechanics. Ooh, that's fun. Monkeys are still big. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Thanks. Get small, monkeys. Get small. Stop trying to take over the stream. All right. Back to our list of things we need. So we're gonna need to finish the block train. We need more skins. UI updates. I think that's mostly what we're gonna need. We gotta find about the backgrounds. I think Droopy could make amazing music for the game. Just play the game, you discover more interesting things. That's cool. That's cool. Should all games be pay to win? No, it depends what you're trying to make, right? Like Monkeys with Guns, I'm not trying to make Monkeys with Guns be the game that like I work on for the rest of my life, right? It's not meant to be like this long running game where it's like I keep like keep working on it and incur revenue on it and all that kind of thing. What I envision Monkeys with Guns going to be, we make it, we put it out. If it sells okay, we make some DLC for it. What we did think of is terms of a DL, like for selling, like to make it not really pay to win, but to like make more income off of it, is so the way it works right now is each one of the. So the business model that we're thinking is each one of the level types has its own gimmick, right? I say gimmick. So in the factory level, there'll be conveyor belts in the level. In the jungle levels, there's going to be swinging vines with tree branches on them. In the circus level, there's going to be bounce pads, right? So there's going to be some sort of independent mechanic per level type, right? So every themed level, and each level will have a bunch of layouts, right? So say you pick, the way the game works for those that haven't seen it is you will pick a... So you'll pick your character. In your starting select screen, you get to go through, you pick your character styling, and then you'll pick the level you would like to play, right? So say there's 4 people playing, you're gonna basically pick the level you want to vote for. So say you vote for, jungle, someone else votes for factory, someone else votes for lab. Once that happens, once you've made your pick, once everybody's picked, it will then pick the level and randomly pick one of the levels that were selected by the players, and you'll play on that level. Each level type, so each level, right, each level theme will have, I believe we're doing, 4 to 6 layout variations. So you're not always going to get the exact same level layout. Vote for the vegetable level. Whitefault, we were talking about that earlier. So I was talking about doing like secret stuff, and I'll probably talk to you about adding some sort of Captain Carrot. I actually would love to have like a secret Captain Carrot level or something. I'll talk to you about that more later when we get closer to that. But I got to get permission for any of that kind of stuff, of course. I would never assume. But yeah, so it'll pick the level, and then you play that level. And again, there'll be there's multiple layouts for each level. So the idea is the original game's going to come with it'll either be 8 to 10 levels, right? Each one having its own independent gimmick. Then we're thinking of doing in the future, we will, if the game sells decently well, we'll do basically DLC packs, which would be like, okay, I'm going to buy the space level. So the space level will come with a new level type, a new gimmick, which will be like low gravity, and like a couple of new character styles. So a couple of new skins, right? So each level pack will be like, a couple bucks or something like that. I don't know what actual pricing would be, but it would be a couple of bucks to get, a whole new level set and some new skins. And then you can mix and match which ones you would like, right? So maybe we put out 3 of those and you only want one of them. Okay, we'll just buy that one you want then. That's our thought for monetization post-release, to keep stuff going if that works. But we're not going for like the pay-to-win strat where like, you know, you buy more powerful things. It's more like, here's more options and more variations for level types. That's the current model and current type of thinking. A la Mario Kart style. Is that how Mario Kart does it, where you buy tracks and stuff? Should ram your head into the keyboard to fix some bugs? Ah, the fun of that, right? I love just smashing the head into the keyboard until bugs are fixed. Works great. AI behaviors suck. Trying to get AI to do, like, AI stuff to do what you want is awful. Menu and character track? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, I think, you know, it's kind of a standard little fighting game type thing. So, you would get basically... so you'd get a new level type, which would come with, you know, multiple variations, a new gimmick for that level type, and some new skins. And I think that's a pretty balanced way to sell extra content, but not go like, because if we go crazy right off the bat and add too many, it just takes too long. It adds more time to it. It adds more everything. Boss AI slowly killing you? Dude, I've seen... Wifefault, I've been lurking on your streams a bunch. I've been busy at work, so I haven't been able to, like, say much, but, I've been seeing you work on it, and it looks fantastic, but holy crap, yeah, it looks like hell. One boss enemy with multiple weapons? Oh, you can destroy the weapons during the fight. That's a pain in the ass. Code's over 9,000. Wait.
It's over 9,000!
There you go. Just for you. It's over 9,000. But yeah. Alright, so yeah, today was kind of like I really wanted to kind of like get back into just like looking at where I was at with this. So, I did make more progress than I had remembered I had made on it, which is good. But there's still a lot to do. I need to get the full block layout set up for... I really enjoy my sound effects. Yes, I do. Why would I not? Who doesn't love sound effects?
Nice.
Hello there.
And the best one.
Smoke weed every day.
Don't shame me. I just look at Jitspo stream. Oh, I've been on Jitspo stream plenty. The thing is I fear doing what Jitspo does because the entire stream would just be farts and stuff because you guys would be relentless and never stop. Best was hello there. Oh, I've got tons. I mean, you know, someone's being suspicious. Let's see. Somebody's really getting... We gotta get in there.
It's time to do.
Got the Wilhelm scream.
Hey, idiot. Look at chat.
I am looking at chat. What? Oh, he's calling me an idiot. There we go. Or they, sorry. Damn it, Herbal Burn. I apologize. That was just a mess up. Sorry. Herbal Burn is calling me an idiot. My apologies. Still trying to fix defaulting. She, if you don't mind. Yes. She. My apologies. I'm still trying, like I said yesterday, I'm still trying to fight that, like, growing up, like, what the time I did, it defaults to the, like, he on everything. Truth is, like, I don't even care about people's genders, like, on stream and stuff, so I just want to make sure I call people what they would like to be called. So my apologies, I did not mean, I mean no offense, honestly. I'm sorry, my apologies. Yeah, mods get some sound effects. I just try to be kind, and sometimes sometimes I screw up, and if you screw up, ever, it's okay, just make sure you say sorry, and you didn't do it on purpose. Gender's a concept made up of bathroom companies to sell more bathrooms. How do you become a mod? Honestly, it's not there's no, like, process for it. It's kind of just... if I need help and people that have been around and have been helpful, and yeah, there's no real, like, process to becoming a mod, to be honest with you. It's just kind of when it fits and seems right. That's how it usually works out. Or you can just buy your way on. No, I'm just kidding. How long do you have to be? Again, it's not like there's no metrics. I couldn't even tell you. Like, it's not even a matter of just being here. It's just a matter of, things. There's no process. I'm not actively looking for mods. I guess let's put it that way. Can you pay to be a mod? Only Irmoburn gets to. Yeah, I don't really actively look for mods. When we need one and it comes up, like if I need one and I have very few mods, really. I definitely don't want to be one of those channels where it's like there's more mods in chat than anyone else. I try to avoid that. I am sorry. Generally, also, I will say the people that want to be mods generally don't get to be mods because people that want to be mods usually don't want it for good reasons. Mods have a cool sword on their name. It is true. It is true. Before stream, it's just you and Lightjack normally. I mean, I don't know why you guys are already hanging out. It's crazy. I like sit down to start the stream half the time, and Lightjack and Irmoburn are having a conversation in the chat. You guys are waiting for me? You do wait for me. I feel like I'm always like, oh god, they're waiting. I should chat with you before stream. The problem is I'm usually not, like, in a position to be chatting because I'm usually, like, getting ready. Because I'm bad about getting ready beforehand. So I'm, like, changing the title, making sure OBS is set up. I get, like, all of OBS set up ready, and then I, like, go live with the starting screen, and then I go to the restroom, and I, like, make myself pretty, do all that kind of stuff. I do my hair, I get my hair did, gotta put on all the makeup, gotta do my eyeliner, all the lipstick. It's hard to look this bad. It takes a lot of time. You don't want to see what I look like before I get all made up. Tick 80 is weird, is it? I've never played with it. It's all in Lua, right? Or no, they were saying yesterday that Tick 80's on a bunch of stuff. It does a bunch of different ones. So more monkey skins. We definitely need... Looking through the docs. Yeah, it had a bunch of different languages, right? Uno momento. Let me pull this onto this screen so I can view it while I'm doing stuff. So we have pirates. Pirates done. I have at least two versions. Basically, the goal is to have at least 2 skin options for each. Haunted house. I have at least 2 for that. Jungle is going to be base monkey in the or no, jungle. Jungle, I think I'm just going to use it with the base monkeys, so that's fine there. Lab, that has 2 scientists, so we're good on that for skins. We need steampunk. I'm halfway done with that. Factory, I have 1 for that. Ice, I don't have anything for yet. Circus, I still don't have anything for. Tomb, I have 1 done for that one. I think that's all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be 1 more. What am I missing? Construction. So I need 1 more for that. BJ, what's up, buddy? How you doing today? Hope things are going well. If Imbot can be here 24/7, so can you. No, I can't. No one needs to be here 24/7, I promise you. Especially nowadays. Not bad. I've been doing all right. Hanging in there, bringing back the project that everybody's wanted for a really long time. So we're getting back to monkeys with guns and kind of taking stock of what we got right now and where we're at and what I need to update. The UI, God, David, I needed something in the UI from David. I don't remember what it is. David needed something for the UI. I need to design still. I don't remember what it is, so I have to leave that blank at the moment. I've got most of the other screens down. I've got most of the trophies done. Like, I've got most of the screens themselves figured out. So we've got the main screen with options. Oh, achievements. I need to get the achievements screen. Gotta get achievements figured out, and the about page. Okay, quit, that's fine. Options, if you click options, you go to here. Options has what we need, which is fine. So we'll have volume, sound effects, music, full screen, screen shake, flashing on and off, and then controls. I don't have the controls, so I gotta get the controls screen. So then if we're back on the menu, if you click play, you have the option between your game type, which is arcade mode or competition mode. Arcade mode's 1 round, 1 play. Competition mode sets up like a tournament structure where you play multiple rounds and see who's the winner. If you go into arcade mode, you'll be taken to that's the in between. I don't have that one up. But if you go into competitive, then you get to set up the options for your competitive round, whether you're going, what your number of rounds are, your timer, all of that. And then these are for after the rounds. So if you win a normal round, in between rounds, it kind of pops this up, tells you where you're at. Take the notes off. So it'll tell you how much damage you did to other players, the total damage you did, most damage. This will give you points for the goal. Your monkey rises up on the pedestal, so the winner, the person who does the best, does that. And then once you select and you get into the final round, it shows you who won, because you'll get points based on winning. We have the level transition. This is like the player select mock-up here, which is friggin' huge. Look at this layer palette. Like, look at this layer palette for this. And that's only one. That's only one of them. They're all like that. It's the final round between rounds. That's selecting the level you're in. But I think if I drop into these, I can drop into each player and set that up, because they end up looking like this. Like, this is what each of the player options. When you come in, you can join. When you join in, it'll flash, come to this screen. You'll be able to pick your costume for your monkey, be able to pick your color for your monkey, and then pick your, you'll be able to set up whether you're on a team or not by selecting a button down here. And then we'll have individual player settings. I need to change the word handicap too. That's a term that is being phased out. BJ, thank you so much for the freaking Prime sub for 15 months. Everybody put some hearts in chat, show some love. Oh, we have not done the Prime speech today. You're right. Let's do the Prime speech. Hang on, let me get a drink. By the way, did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you have a Prime Gaming gift sub you can give to somebody here on Twitch? You don't have to use it here, but you should be using it every single month. It does not auto-renew like a normal Twitch sub does. So every month, make sure you go to somebody's stream. Give them your Prime sub. They get a sub, you get emotes, everybody wins, everybody's happy. If you don't use it though, Amazon keeps that money, and Jeff Bezos does not need another dick rocket. Give it an 8. I give it an 8. Oh, Herbert, you were asking about the keyboard controls. The shoot button is a mystery because I don't know. We didn't have it yet. We don't know what all the buttons are going to be yet for that. Yeah, so when you go into settings, you'll be. This is where players will be able to change what control settings they're using. I do want to change handicap to something else. I don't like that term, and I think that term is being phased out. What is a good? I'm not sure what the good like alternative to use for handicap is though yet. But basically, the idea is this would be. I guess this is starting health. This is going to be players. I think it'll just be starting health is probably what I'll change it to. Like start health, something like that. So that means like if you're better than your friends, you can start disadvantage. I think that's a little less. I think starting health is more clear, right? I think starting health is more clear because so basically if you start like here, right, you're gonna start at half health compared to your friend who starts at full. So that'll allow you to alter and adjust based on game type. Is kind of the idea. So yeah, so I think I'm going to change that to starting health. I feel like disadvantage would be confusing if we put that in. I like the idea, though. I do like the idea of using disadvantage. It's kind of the same thing. Like, there are just certain terms that are being phased out in common lexicons. Like in a lot of industries and stuff, you used to call a lot of things master and slave, and that's not being used anymore. It's just because it's, it's a bit insensitive when you kind of think about it in the way you use it. Same with, I know a lot of people are trying to phase out blind playthrough because it's a little, it uses a term kind of incorrectly and like makes broad global assumptions about a group of people. And I feel like handicap doesn't fit. Get replace master with main, yeah, right, for those same very reasons, right? In photography, we used to have, if you ever look at like photography in movies and TV where they have like a thing with like a remote on top of their camera, so that used to be called the master, and it would be what you had plugged into your lights was called a slave. So when you fired that, they fired at the same time, and I think those have been rotated out into something else now. It's just a better terminology to use, like 100%. It's a better terminology, so. But it's always hard to replace things that you've known for years and years and years and years as a certain thing to then just immediately replace it with something else. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm just being appropriate about stuff like that, because I mean, what does it really hurt to change a word? It doesn't hurt much. And if it makes people feel more included and less like singled out, there is absolutely no problem with that. There's like nothing about that I find a problem with. If people want to be like, I don't want to do that kind of thing, fine, do whatever you want, be a dick. I'm gonna try and be a decent person. It's 45.15. Ew, that's a horrible size. Yeah, let's go with starting health. I like starting health. It's clear. It makes it very understandable of what it is, and we don't need to worry about causing anybody to feel like they're being devalued, right? I got no problem with that. Handicap is applied to people, it applies to circumstances. Yeah, but you've also got to remember, just because something is technically used a certain way, that also doesn't mean that people don't use it derogatorily, right? Like, a lot of people will still use the term handicap as a derogatory term. Let's call it assist. Assist is pretty good too. It's not so much of an assist in this game, though. I think starting health is clear. I think if I was doing something more like it was adaptive controls or something, I think assist would be great, actually. I do like assist. I don't think it fits here, but I do like assist being used a lot. And again, it's not so much that like I feel like people are using it on like as like it's more just trying to help, right? Starting health would make you feel less angry than calling it a handicap. Yeah, and so the reason I called it handicap before is because of golf. In golf, that's what it's called, right? If you start like a certain number of strokes above somebody else, it's called a handicap in golf, right? But I still feel like that's I want that. I feel like that should be that term should be phased out in that use, right? Because at that point, you're basically, what you're saying is you're giving someone else a disadvantage. You're basically saying it's a disadvantage. And, you know, it feels a little derogatory to me. Handicap's also used. Oh, it's used everywhere. I'm not saying it's not used. But if, like, do we need to use it just because it's already used, right? Just because a word's already used doesn't mean it's good. Right? Like the term master and slave was used a lot in programming, in a lot of different things, and that's being phased out. Like Irwin said, Git replaced master with main, right? It became main and child, I believe, or something like that. Is it really changing much? Is it really that offensive to people that we're changing it to something that's less offensive to some people? If you're offended by that, I guess enjoy being offended. Now you know how everyone else feels about the term that was being used. So, meh? I don't know. I'm happy to be kind of a dick about it. Use advantage or disadvantage. I think in this one, starting health is just clearer. But I would say advantage and disadvantage would work really well in a lot of circumstances. Epic's code say to update it if it's a file you edit. Yeah, right? It's just... Like, what does it really hurt? Seeker Fire, what's up, buddy? What's the game idea? So this is a... we're getting back into... This is a game I was working on and have a... There's a demo out for it that I've been working on for a... It's been around for a very long time for me. This is a game called Monkeys with Guns. It is a 4-player action arcade game with full screen wrapping, and... That's not the right one. Where the hell is my window? I've got too many windows open. This is a 4-player action arcade game with full screen wrapping. And yeah, here, it's probably best to just show... Oh, I don't have the videos up on here. Oh, this devlog shows terribly. This devlog doesn't show anything that's good on it. That's the first one. Do I have it in here? I just want to find some gameplay. Show me gameplay. My own stupid videos. I don't know where my gameplay is. Basically, it's a 4-player action arcade game with full screen wrapping, and after 30 seconds of a round, spikes come in from either side to try and kill. Basically, it's last monkey standing, right? So survive as long as you can, and yeah, it's been in process for a very long time now, and it's been on the shelf for a good year or two. So we're slowly, I'm getting back into it now. To be fair, people are getting more easily offended by the passing year. I mean, so here's the thing, right? You say that, but you may not be affected by the thing. It's not that people are getting more easily offended. It's that people are becoming more aware of the terminology that basically puts down a marginalized group, is how I look at it, right? It's not so much that it's people are becoming more easily offended. It's more people are actually speaking up about the things that actually make them feel uncomfortable and feel undervalued. And people take, anytime somebody starts speaking up for themselves, people feel like their things are being taken away. It's like nothing's being taken away by changing a word. Right? I agree some people are too easily offended, but also some people deserve to be easily offended because they've been marginalized and treated like garbage for years as if it was acceptable and normal. That's the way I look at it, at least. Right? Just, it's meant to be more... I personally, if changing a word or changing something in my speech makes someone feel more accepted and not bad, in my opinion, I'm totally happy to change that thing because, you know, oh god, me as a, you know, cis-passing white guy my whole life, I haven't had to deal with those kind of, you know, derogatory terms or anything like that that are used or that are built around, you know, ethnicity or physical anything, right? I don't know. I think a lot of the times when people come to like, oh, people are too sensitive, they're looking at it from a place of, I've never had these problems, so it's not an issue, and people don't look enough from someone else's perspective that, you know, if you do have any kind of handicap or physical disability, having people constantly refer to things as a handicap, like to be giving a disadvantage, is just constantly telling you that you're at a disadvantage, right? Whereas you could just change the word to disadvantage. I don't know. Did I do Ginger's Hide It from like 10 minutes ago? Probably not. Let me do it now. So I guess it's going to be made in Unity 3D. I don't know if David's making it in 3D. He might be using the 2D. It is being made in Unity, though. But I'm not coding it, so I couldn't tell you if it was... I think it's 2D, though. I think he's using the 2D. I'm not sure. Mostly everything David does in 3D, so it may be in 3D, and he's just using 2D planes. But I don't know. I don't even have Unity installed on this computer. I couldn't check. My Vimbucks were stolen? By who? No. I have Vimbucks? I have 35 Vimbucks? That's fine. I actually have unlimited currency, so I don't care. I can have as many Vimbucks as I want. Oh, thanks. It does. My own Vimbucks, I don't care. Mods can create and destroy Vimbucks as much as they want. But yeah, so this general control layout, I think I'm good here on the main one. And the big new things that I'm adding here that weren't in the previous one, again, that weren't in like the previous builds, is the player player settings, which are over here. So each player will have their own independent settings they can set up for their control type and starting health. I don't know if I'm going to add any more to that yet. We haven't discovered yet. And then we're also going to allow people to start teams, so you can have team battles where your bullets and stuff won't affect another player. Just, mods aren't. If mods start abusing it, then their mod privileges will get removed. I mean, they can give themselves as many as they want. I don't care about that because they, like, my mods usually like keep an eye out. They'll give things back. They give them around all the time a lot. So, you know, I try to make sure that anybody I bring on as a mod is also somebody I would trust to have that responsibility. That's why Lady Lark doesn't have mod. Don't trust. Phoenix, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Economy is in shambles. I mean, the economy is already in shambles. Have you looked around the world right now? It's terrible. I do like this kind of animation for, so I kind of designed out this animation for picking the level that we'll play. If you give away Vimbucks to help you become mod, no. No, don't. Like, again, generally people that want mod don't get mod. That's just how it goes. The number one way to not get mod is to ask and want to be mod. Like, as silly as it is. This looks pretty. Thank you. What's up, Curly Cat? I'm getting there on the art. The monkeys need to be updated. I've definitely got new looks for the monkeys. So this was, I've also changed like the scale of the game. This was the original monkeys from like the demo that's being played. It's all at 2x scale and it's kind of a pain. So I shrunk it down, and then this is what we're going with as a final look. So I do like this progression. I think this looks much better and cleaner, and I'm much happier with this. We've started getting some of the skins going on the monkeys. These are the guns themselves. These are the different bullet types that will come out. The bullets will be the color of your monkey. In-game, you're gonna... I think we have 10 colors now for monkeys, as aside from just the original 4. I've updated the crate art as it when falls, so the crate art will come down swinging on a parachute. You can shoot the parachute, which will make it drop, and then you can blow it up, and it'll break into these, giving you one of these guns. At the end of the game, these spikes will tile out and crush the screen. The hearts, I need to revamp the hearts. I still don't... Like, I like the hearts. This has been around for a while, but it doesn't really fit with the rest of the styling right now, so I need to adjust the hearts somehow. I don't know what I'm going to do with those yet. We've got, like, the conveyor belts, the different levels. The conveyor belt's one of the most annoying animations I have ever had to make. But I love it. Where are you at? Here. This is one of the most annoying animations I have ever had to make. To get this to work, I had to do it this slow. I had to animate it this slow first, and then remove half of the frames, and then remove another half of the frames to make it look nice. But I do like the way this looks a lot. The lab level is supposed to have portals, so I have started on those too. This is a really early work in progress still for the portal. So I've got a lot of pieces around. Here's the animations for the monkeys. There's like their run. They're fairly simple animations. The jump and fall are fairly all simple. Monkey blinks. Then you got it like once you get into like the art themselves. I love this hair. I'd say the game is about a quarter of the way redone, and now if I'm gonna start focusing on it again, we can get this done and up and running. I think there's a lot of art I gotta do, so a lot of nights of just me kind of drawing should be fun, and future streams of just like drawing, doing art. Today was kind of just gathering an overview of where I'm at again, because I honestly haven't looked at this project in probably almost a year. What's up, Incision? How you doing, buddy? What is VIP? Oh yeah, VIP is basically kind of like, it allows people to post links and have some other little permissions. Usually VIPs are for people that are like, need to share, if I have people that need to like share things and whatnot. Yeah, so I've gotten a decent amount with this game. There's still a lot to do. Holy crap, is there still a lot to do. Though. So this is a lot of art, because for all of the monkey skins we need that plus animations. These need their blocks created plus all of their destruction. So each block also has destructible parts, because the game you can destroy all of the blocks. So on top of the main blocks, they need to have destroyed functions as they go, so they break and then they'll eventually explode. I need to make the gimmicks for a couple of levels still too. I gotta figure out a better way. How do people organize their assets? People that have made bigger games, if you're in chat, how do you organize your assets? Do you do like a big sheet, or do you have them all in independent files and you just keep track of your folders? Because that's the one thing I am struggling with right now, is my storage and my structure of storing and keeping track of everything sucks right now. It's so bad. I have crap everywhere, especially since this project has been running for so long. I have multiple, like, random files all over the goddamn place, and it's really annoying. You use folders? So do you keep all of your, do you keep like sprites and stuff independent, or do you make sprite sheets? I feel like for me, at least laying it out on like this makes me able to see it all, so I feel like I need to work on them in independent files, but I need something like this so I can at least see everything. Organizing what's that? I agree with you, that's usually my approach, but it's not working and I need to fix it. You make sprite sheets for your animation? Okay, yeah, I generally export everything as a sprite sheet. And then I try to keep like I keep like the hero images, kind of like single images, so I at least keep track of everything. Arrange them in some kind of tile set. So you do everything in one big tile set. I know the way David's implementing these, they definitely need to be in their own independent sprite sheets. I'm just trying to keep track of everything is the hell part for me. Games aren't big, always keep stuff in separate files, keep them organized. Yeah, I think I just need to take some time and go through my files and organize them. One sprite sheet per animated object. That's kind of what I think we're doing. That's how he's got it implemented, so I know I need to deliver them to that. I need to deliver independent sprite sheets, which is fine. But there is a difference between my organization and, you know, of like me keeping track of it and to create all the things versus what they're used for, right? Like, I'm totally happy to build the things and keep it organized the way it makes most sense to me, and then export them how they're needed to implement. Construct just combines it back to a few sprite sheets anyway. Yeah, but we're not using Construct. And Construct does that to save file space, which is totally fine. Once right, yeah. So I do need to export it like that. I think that a sheet like this helps me. So I think I'm going to continue kind of doing this where I can kind of see everything and keep track of it all. But I definitely need to organize my actual file structure to keep track of this. Especially once we get into keeping track of all of these files, like all of these things is a nightmare. It's one thing for game objects, but menu objects become a huge pain in the ass. Like, I build out these sheets so I can kind of keep track of everything. That's what this is kind of me keeping track of everything, which is why everything's an independent folder. And there's, like, thousands of layers in this. Like, literally, this thing is thousands of layers. You want to see a disgusting amount of layers? Here you go. Oh, it's not thousands. It's only like 500. Let's see. If I make a new layer, what is it? 517. Okay, there's only 500 and some layers in here. It's not that bad. People usually bitch at me because I don't label my layers very well either. Fun fact, though, if you're using Photoshop, if you're on the pointer tool, there is an auto select button up here. So if you select this, it'll automatically jump in the layers palette to which object you're selecting. I don't like leaving this on because I find it very annoying. But you can temporarily hold it on by holding Control. If you watch up here, as I push Control, you see how it turns on and off. So you can hold Control and click something to jump directly to it. That's why I don't label my things super well, is because I can immediately jump to what I need pretty easily. How do you get to be so good at Photoshop? I have been using it for over 20 years. I started using Photoshop about your age, at about 15. And I've been using it non-stop since. I went to school for photography. I specialized my major in retouching with photography, so heavily using Photoshop and adjusting things. And yeah, layers are gonna stress you out. Again, like I don't really need them, so I usually just throw them in folders and just ignore them. Because I can adjust the layers I need to when I jump onto them. I just jump around like that if I need to affect something. Now, if I need to send like a Photoshop file to a client, I go through and clean it up, label everything, and make everything more appropriate to be shared. But yeah, for my own purposes, this is how I do layers. It's awful. You've been using it for 3 months, mainly just use it for math. Use Photoshop for math? Interesting. But yeah, I mean, Photoshop really just, like, any program, Photoshop, Blender, all of these things, it's just time in the program. Like, the more time, like, just spend time in it, right? Like, figure out a weird thing you want to do, and go look up tutorials and figure out how to do it. Everything you do in it adds to your arsenal of, tools that you know and how to use, and you just keep working with it. Again, I've been working in Photoshop for legitimately 20 years. I started when I was 15, around 15 in probably, I think the first time I touched Photoshop was probably in high school in a computer class in 2001. And then I think I've been using Photoshop damn near every day. I think I've opened Photoshop almost every day for the last 10 years. I work in Photoshop every day for work. So 5 days a week at least. And then on the weekends, I usually use it for other stuff too. So Photoshop is just one of those tools that the more you work at it, the faster you get, the easier it becomes. That's why I do, I never recommend people, I do a lot of pixel art in Photoshop. I'll draw in Photoshop and do a lot of things. I do not recommend people use Photoshop for pixel art. Even though I use it. I 100% I use it, but I do not recommend anybody use Photoshop for pixel art unless you are intrinsically, well-rounded on Photoshop, because you've got to change a bunch of settings, because Photoshop isn't set up for pixel art. It's normally set up to do anti-aliasing and smooth out edges and not give you those hard lines like that. So all of the defaults in Photoshop do not do that. Plus I have to bounce back and forth between work, which is done at full resolution, versus pixel art stuff. So knowing how to adjust and change your things is crucial, and it's a real pain in the ass if you don't know Photoshop really well. If you want to do pixel art, if you want to pay for something, I highly suggest getting something like Sprite. If you want something for free, there is Piskel, which is really good. I see a lot of people using is it Clip Art Studio or Clip Paint Studio Pro? I don't know if that costs money or not. I see a lot of people using that as well. It's just Clip Studio. Clip Studio. I know a bunch of people use Clip Studio. I don't know if that actually costs money, though. I've never used it. Clip Studio. There's a free trial. How much is it to buy? How bad is it? What's the damage? $50. Not awful. $50 is totally reasonable for a program. There's also, Sprite I think is like $20 on, you can get it on Steam even. So if you're like, you don't have money or anything like that for like a birthday or Christmas, if you're young, ask for a Steam gift card and you can get Sprite on here. It's $20. It always goes on sale for like 10 to 15. LibSprite is free with a different license. There's a lot of good stuff out there for pixel art. Generally look for sales, but yeah, again, if you like, one of the easiest ways I would suggest is if you have, if you're young and don't have access to like money, a credit card or a debit card or anything like that, a great thing to do is just be like, hey, for Christmas or a birthday, can I get a $20 gift card for Steam? And then on Steam you can buy Sprite with it. So that's a good way to get it. It's worth getting FL Studio. I have not used FL Studio, but I know a lot of people that use it and they love it. I haven't used it myself, but I do know it's a good program from people I know that use it. The Cat Animation is great. I mean, of course, the stuff they're going to be showing in the trailer should be good. Yeah, people make some amazing work in Sprite. Sprite's a fantastic program. It's got a bunch of really cool features. The biggest reason, so like even I will draw in Photoshop, and then I'll take what I draw in Photoshop over to Sprite to animate, because the animation tools in Sprite are so much better than Photoshop. Photoshop's animation tools are absolutely garbage. But like Sprite's animation tools, this timeline down here is super good and really, really useful. If you want to animate in Photoshop, you have to do an absolute nightmare of basically pulling out the timeline. You then have to convert it into a frame-by-frame animation down here, which I've already done in the past. Then it works based on, like, layers. Animating in Photoshop sucks. I have to do it for, like, making animated GIFs and stuff a lot, but animating in Photoshop is one of the worst experiences, so I would highly recommend not doing that. If you want to do more high-res stuff, and you are in the Adobe pipeline, Animate is really good. It's like the modern version of Flash. Animate is really good. All moms have credit cards and don't mind you borrowing. You can't say that, actually. It's not true. A lot of people, like, everybody has. I try to be considerate of everybody having different economic states. Plus, you'll get people from other countries that'll come into the stream too. And sometimes it's like, oh, it's only it's $15 in the U.S., but in their currency in their country, if they're from a country that has a much higher exchange rate, it could end up costing them the equivalent of what would cost us, like $100. You never know, right? Krita is awesome too. I don't know about the animation in Krita. I've never used pixel art in Krita, but Krita is really cool for just straight drawing. Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? You never know someone's situation, so I never want to assume I'm in my late 30s. I have a job. I can afford to buy like some software and things like that if I need it. Especially I can afford to fund my hobbies at times, right? Like, oh, I'll like for Construct, right? Like I pay $150 a year for Construct. Most people only need to pay $99. I just have the small business license with it, and I would never expect that someone could just, drop $100 a year on a program like that, right? Like, not everybody has that ability. I'm able to have some sort of side budget that I can use. Also, I'm able to make money with it, but not everybody has that ability. So I don't just want to be one of those people like, oh yeah, you just pay for it. It's, it's not that expensive. And not everybody can afford things. So I try to be considerate and at least give options that are out there for people so that anybody can play. Affinity Photo, I've heard, is amazing. It's like a clone for $70. It's a one-time payment. Yeah, the other thing about if you do anything in the Adobe world, you're paying monthly, or you have to pay by the year. See, I'm lucky. Like I have an Adobe license through work, so I can just use Adobe. I have access to all the programs. But even when I was furloughed for the last 2 years and I was independent, I had my own Adobe license. You always buy a license because you're a good boy. When you work professionally in a field, like again, when you work as a professional artist and stuff, it's just the cost of doing business. Like I get to write it off on my taxes as a business expense, so for me it's not a huge deal. But if you're 15 in high school and you want to have a Photoshop Adobe license, it's a little bit harder to make that, $20 a month payment, especially if you don't have a job and you're not making your own income and your parents don't want to pay for it. Or if your parents are struggling. Right now, a lot of people are struggling. So your parents may be struggling. And, that's just how life is right now. So, yeah. If you know people, there's always ways to get into Adobe. Yeah, there's also, you can look down the cracked realm of all of that kind of stuff. It gets a lot more difficult because I work professionally in the graphic design industry and like video editing and all that kind of stuff. I need to have a current license to be using the most current version. It's just, it's the cost of doing business. It is what it is. I have like I get sent PSD files from clients all the time, so I need to be able to open them. You only have a 15 because your parents used to be photographers. They let you use it. There you go, right? So you have access to it, right? Use the access you have and enjoy that access. For sure. Hey, if you can find a way to pirate it, I had a teacher in college who gave us all cracked versions, actually, of Photoshop back in the day, because he's like, it was a Photoshop class. He's like, I want you to be able to work on this stuff at home, not just in the computer lab. But those were back in the days when Adobe was a single product, right? Like now it's the cloud, which makes it much more difficult to pirate. But those old versions like C2, C3 of the Adobe stuff, of the suites, those still work. A lot of that stuff still works. So it kind of, yeah, use what you can. That's the real thing, right? If you've only got Paint, use Paint. But there's so many free web softwares you can use if you can't afford anything, and if you want to spend a little money, do some research. Don't just get like Adobe, right? It's not the only option out there. If you're on a Chromebook, go here. If you're on a Chromebook, go to Piskel. It's just .com. No. Oh, is Piskel gone? Did Piskel go away? Promoting piracy? I'm promoting realism. I am Googling it. What do you think this is? The search bar is Google. Did I spell it wrong? No. Is Piskel gone? It's Piskel app. It's weird that it just doesn't search it at all. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's Piskel app. Sorry, my apologies. If you're on a Chromebook, go here. You can do it all in the browser. Piskel has animation tools and all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if you'll be able to do like the offline version and download it, but on a Chromebook, you should be able to come in here and work and edit. Theory, even GIMP should be able to do pixel art. GIMP, no. I would recommend against GIMP for pixel art. GIMP is meant to be a photo editing program, so it's very image centric. And I'll be fair. I'll be 100% honest. I'm biased against GIMP. I've had to use GIMP a couple of times and I hated it. So GIMP is one I don't really like. Paint.net is another good one. Yeah, Paint.net, I believe, is another one, right? I don't know. Apparently nothing's showing up for me anymore. Yeah, there's tons of tools out there for, like, there's tons of tools out there at every level of entry, right? And what I suggest is MS Paint good. I would recommend not using MS Paint for one particular reason. Like, MS Paint's fine. You can use it for pixel art. It doesn't really have great animation tools if you want to do animation. The other thing that Paint doesn't do, it doesn't do transparent backgrounds. So making sprites in Paint is a little difficult because it doesn't do transparency. So what you would have to do is export it with, like, what they used to do back in the day. You'd want to do, like, fill your background with, you know, something like, unlock. You'd want to fill your background. Just give me the freaking paint bucket. Jesus. Come on. Oh, you're not viewed. There. You'd want to fill the background with something like that and then key that color out with, so this is what they used to do back in the day, before they had transparent image formats. You would basically make an image sprite like this, and then when you go into your engine, you key this color out, so it basically it renders this color as invisible. So you can use Paint. Paint, you're just going to jump through a lot more hoops, basically. What's up, Lion Mane? Oh, paint.net is get paint? Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, so if you look for get paint, it looks like. For paint.net. Yeah, so there's lots of options out there. Basically, what I always is if you're getting into anything, when you're getting into something, start with the free stuff. Don't buy, like, if you're just getting it, if you're just learning, just starting, don't start with the high-end software. You don't need it, right? As you get better and better, Paint.net's only Windows. Okay, that's good to know. As you get better at something, then you'll know why you need other tools, right? There's a good analogy that someone gave me once, which is paid is always better. Not necessarily, but usually yes, because when something's paid for, there's more energy and effort put into it a lot of the time. Not always, right? You've got something like Godot that's like a free open source project. But in general, especially when it comes to like art software, is usually getting a paid one's just going to give you more features. It's not so much that it's better, it's going to give you more features to make you faster. Besides Blender, yeah. Well, Blender also had a huge influx of cash from Epic. Because they're trying to kill Maya. Yeah, paying's not always better, but a lot of the times you're just going to get more features that make things easier for you when you pay for software over the free versions of the software. But again, a good example that I've heard that I like to use is basically a guy went in and he wanted to get into skiing, right? So went to the ski store and walked in and asked the guy behind the counter, you know, which skis should I get to go skiing for my first time? And he said, those ones over there. They're reasonably priced and, they're good. And the guy said, well, I've got money. Why would I not buy these other skis that are, 4 times the price? And the guy's response is, because you asked me. Those skis you're going to get hurt on because they're meant for people that know what they're doing. When you're learning, starting on the cheaper stuff that's more beginner friendly is generally going to help you move along. And once you know you've outgrown that, then you start looking at what you want to purchase because you can make an informed decision. That's generally the way I try to tell people to go with. Don't start with the thing you need to pay for. Start with the free thing. If you can keep working with the free thing, keep working with the free thing. If you're not getting the features in the free thing you need and they're in the paid thing, well, then you can weigh the pros and cons of spending the money. Have I abandoned Unreal Engine? Oh, yeah, I wasn't really ever using Unreal as like a main thing. I tried it out. I played around with it. It was fun. I haven't gone back to it, though. I've got nothing against Unreal Engine. It's just, I've got too many projects and too many things to deal with already. Wish PicoCAD was free software. PicoCAD's fairly reasonable, though, right? It's not crazy, is it? Blender had a terrible user experience for many years. Yeah, I mean, I've heard they fixed it up a lot, but it's still brutal. Blender's tough because there's just so much in it. It's like 5 or 15. It's not terrible, but yeah, definitely again. And that's one of those things, right? If there's something specific, it's like, is it worth saving up for and buying, right? That's just kind of, and that's got to be on each person whether they decide that or not. Marmalade, by the way, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've messed with Blender. Blender's difficult. Even Linux is Linux open source, right? Like again, the open source community is kind of its own thing on the side of that, and depending on how good the community is for the open source thing, that makes the product better or not. There's a lot of really good open source projects, but there's also some bad ones too, right? Just depends on who's working on it. Made fantastic progress. Dude, I don't even know how you would do Blender's UI. Like, there's so much stuff in there to keep track of. I found the UI very difficult, and I was working with the new one, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. Godot? Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I mean by Godot is one of the ones I mean. Godot has a good community behind it that's making good advancements. So that's a good open source project out there. But there are other open source projects that, you know, just there's nobody really updating them. They're not really being kept up with. The upkeep is just kind of dwindled. And at that point, that's also the problem with open source. Like, if everyone working on Godot just decided to stop working on Godot, well, it doesn't update anymore. Now what do you do, right? Usually, if you're paying for a software, that means that software is going to continue. Right? Like, I don't really worry that Adobe's going to stop updating Photoshop and I'm going to be left in a problem. I'm going to have a problem. If you come mostly test free thing, you're free to anything. I will say, one thing I will say is the indie game dev community has a weird, strong bias against paying for fucking anything. Like, to be 100% honest, it's a little annoying at times. This isn't directed at any of you guys, but, like, over time, I've gotten this so much. Like, people have a weird aversion to, like, paying for anything. And it's like, you just decide that you should get everything for free. And there's some people that are really fucking entitled about it. Like, I use Construct, right? It's a paid engine. It's fine. But I've had people get real mad at me for using an engine that they can't use because they can't afford it. And I shouldn't be able to use it because they can't. And, like, I've had some people get real entitled about shit. You know? So, yeah, it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. Because when it comes down to it, too, you've also got to think the people making the software deserve to be compensated. Like, there's all these people that want to make games using only free tools and then sell their game and get paid for their game. But they don't want to pay for the tools and pay the developers that made the tools that they used to make their game, right? It's like, so your concept is you believe you put a lot of work into the software you just made that someone should pay for, but you refuse to pay the developers that made the software you used to make that game. The entitlement gets a little ridiculous at certain times. I've had people be absolute asshats about it in the past. Now, I try to be considerate, but at certain points, like, I've had people be massive douchebags. You unironically love CryEngine? I've never tried CryEngine. I mean, CryEngine, I think it just specifically does a thing, right? Like, CryEngine makes a specific type of game. What's up, Redrick Soon? How's it going? What's going on? Just randomly talking about stuff. Sumus make a game purely in C++. I mean, if you want to be a massive Chad, do it. But I don't want to make an engine, right? I want to make games. The analogy I like to use is whether you should make an engine for your game is this. If you want to, like, say you're a baker and you want to bake a cake, do you want to build the oven first? Because that's what being a game designer and making an engine first is. You got to build the oven first before you ever get to touch your cake making material. And personally, I just want to make games. I couldn't care less what engine I'm in. Do I use Unity? I personally don't use Unity. What's up, Carrick? How you doing? I personally, this game that we're looking at right here is being made in Unity, but I'm not programming it. I'm working with a friend on it. Not those, but like these, I'm working with a friend on this. He is programming it in Unity. I normally work in Construct 3, which is my engine of choice. Because I'm not a programmer. I'm a designer professionally. Like, so, programming is something I kind of like. I write logic. I've learned all of that. But yeah, programming is not something I want to focus on. Calculator's a fun game. I mean, especially when you can spell boobs. Use woodworking shop as a comparison. Yeah, right? Like, if you want to make a chair, do you want to design the bandsaw first? Or do you want to use the tools that are available to make the final product? And that's kind of what an engine is, right? Like, an engine is just a tool. That's actually something I need to remember, and I need to record that video and send that to you to see if you'd like to see if you can edit that into anything good. I want to do a little rant video where I basically just sit in front of the camera and we just engines are tools. It doesn't matter what engine you're using. The only thing that would make an engine not the right engine for you to use is if it doesn't do what you need it to do, right? Like, if you want to make a 3D game, then yeah, you shouldn't be using Construct or like Game Maker. They don't make 3D games. So they would be the wrong engine for that application. But if you wanted to make a 2D game that, you know, is played on the internet and your engine does that, then it's not a problem as long as it makes the thing. I come from a photography world where we used to have an old saying, whatever's not in the frame doesn't count, right? So it doesn't matter how many lights, how crazy everything looks outside of the camera frame. As long as what's in the frame looks perfect, that's all that matters. So as long as you've made a game that I can play and enjoy, I could not give two shits about what it was made with. And people get really up in arms about what things are made with, and I don't get it. It doesn't matter. My favorite analogy for that is nobody gives a shit what kind of hammer the carpenter used to build your house, right? Nobody cares what kind of hammer was used or what kind of saw was done. Did it cut the wood appropriately? Is it the right length? I couldn't care less. You know? Don't use a ball peen hammer for pulling out a nail, right? Yeah, use an appropriate tool for the job you need. Do I care if someone makes a game in Scratch? No, people make games in Scratch all the time. On Saturdays when we play games and give feedback, we did a game in Scratch yesterday. It was fun. We do it all the time. Now, I generally would say if you're going to be using Scratch, you need to consider a couple of things. It's really hard to get something out of the Scratch ecosystem for other people to play. So you need to consider that, right? Like that would be, you need to weigh the pros and cons. What is the pro and con of your engine? An engine like Scratch is great for learning, it's great for putting things together, it's great for doing a lot of things. But if you wanted to like put it on Steam, there's a lot more hoops you got to jump through. So that may not be the right engine for that application. It's all about matching the tool to the application you're trying to do with it. You've ported games to Scratch to PC? Yeah, you can, but it doesn't port quite as easily as something like another engine that may just spit out your EXE right away, right? That's more what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying you can't, but does it do what you want it to do, and are you able to do it? Those are the big things you need to worry about. I've definitely played Scratch games in itch as well. I've seen people that have exported them as HTML5. The one thing you do need to worry about with something like Scratch is Scratch games become very noticeable because of certain elements of them, like their UI elements become very obvious that they're Scratch games, which if someone notices, like it's the same as like using the default text in like Unity or something for menus, it loses a little bit of quality to people's perceptions if you're using defaults. So sometimes those defaults can actually hurt you if you're not adjusting them and changing them to make them look, you know, a certain way. The default Scratch variable display, When is Vim Jam 4? It should be in September. I basically run the jam in September every year. Usually made in Construct with with someone nice. Working in Construct with a team is a little more difficult though. Like again, that's the other one, right? Usage. Construct's a lot more difficult to make a game with like a team versus something like Unity or Unreal, which have pipelines designed for larger teams to work in. Stuff like that. Those are all things you need to consider. Shiny, you going to bed? See you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest. Mind you, late August. All right. I mean, we'll definitely be talking about it when it comes up because we're gonna be going about like talking about what the themes are and all of that. Like learning about technologies for playing. I find it interesting to explore. Sometimes feel I try to look into graphical features, animations, the games. Yeah, honestly, I mean that's how I got into game development. So my first foray into making anything in games. Well, aside from doing board games, I'm also a big board game nerd. Oh, by the way, for those that know Tim Ruswick, I finally got his Kickstarter game. So I finally got Murder Bunnies. I haven't played it yet, but it finally came in the mail. But yeah, my first foray into game design was actually retexturing Minecraft. And I learned so much about how the art worked in that game. It taught me a lot, and it was a really fun experience. But then I ran into the situation, right, where I talked about the pros and cons, when I decided I really liked seeing my art move on screen, and it was, like, awesome. And a couple years later, I wanted to do it again, but I didn't want to be stuck to a particular, game, right? Like, I didn't want to have to, like, oh, Minecraft changed things, now I've got to change things. Like, I didn't want to be beholden to Minecraft. So I started learning how to make my own games. And that's what kind of led me down that path. But the genesis was retexturing all of Minecraft. I spent over a year of my life changing every art asset in that game. So if I played, everything was all my stuff. Have I used Imgui? I have not heard of Imgui at all. What is that? Hydrate, gotcha. Imgui. Immediate mode graphic user interface. Interesting. I don't code in C#, so that's probably why I've never heard of this. Have I used Java? Have a breakdown? I've definitely used that one before. Again, I'm not really a coder, right? I'm a designer. Like my main thing is graphic design and UX design. So I've learned enough like logic to program in the engine that I run. And that's about it. Like, my goal is not to be, like, a great coder or a programmer. Like, 100%, that's not really an interest to me. Got him! Wait.
These nuts. Got him! Got him!
Yeah, that's kind of the separation that I have is like, I'm a UX UI designer and graphic designer and video editor like professionally, and game design is the hobby, right? Like, so the programming side is not the thing I enjoy the most. Like, that's honestly the part I don't like at all. Have I never gotten that joke? Oh, I get that joke all the time. Oh, you've never gotten that joke? What, D's nuts? It's just a stupid. It's literally, the joke is that, like, someone said a weird thing. If I made a game for my jam, only say the entire game just says to sub to Vimlark, I would not do that. That would just annoy people, and that would annoy people at me, even if you made it, because people would be annoyed at me because you did that. It's like when Danny fans were going around being absolute asshats and really annoying to everyone that was a game developer, being like, do you know Carlson? Do you know Danny? Have you done this? Have you seen this? Milk. And it's real fucking annoying, and nobody likes it. So don't be annoying on someone else's behalf. I appreciate it if somebody likes my stuff and would want to tell people to check out my things, but don't be annoying about it. That's all. I tried open source apps for graphic design, replacing Photoshop. I have not. I've used Inkscape. Inkscape is really cool. Inkscape's a great program as well if you want to do vector art. Crit is a really good one if you want to do like raster-based art. I haven't, mostly because working professionally in graphic design, I need Photoshop and Illustrator and InDesign and Premiere. I use all of those in a professional context. So it's really hard when you work in a professional context using the pro tools like that to then go to like free software, because it's unnecessary for me. I can generally do things faster and easier in the paid softwares. So I don't tend to like explore the free software as much because I just don't have a need for it. Danny equals ghost. Danny's been gone for a while, but what Danny does is Danny's going to pop up like usual with some ridiculous game that's going to blow up, do something awesome, have an amazing video that goes along with it, and he'll be right back in where he goes. Like, Danny's really good at what he does, so I figure Danny's doing his thing, and he will do it when he can. See, the thing is Danny's big enough, like, he gets enough views every month and all that he can probably comfortably live off what he's got right now and take those couple of months to work on projects and then put out another video, right? A lot of people like myself, like, I wouldn't be able to make a video every couple of months and be able to sustain anything off of that. So I would need to put out, like, way more. And that's one of the benefits you get as you grow on YouTube, is you get more leeway to put a little bit more effort into stuff. I think you'll ever finish Carlson? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because it's not the first game that he's kind of left sitting there. His he also stopped doing his initial game that kind of got him noticed, which was the stick fighting game too. Yeah, off the sticks. It's just part of the process, right? You make things, sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't, and you got to move on with it. Am I keeping an eye on the time? Yeah, I'm like right around the end. I'll be ending here in a little bit. We have more monkey colors. There's going to be 10 colors in the full release. At least currently. We have 10 colors. Do I have a screen with that on it? I thought I had one of them. I thought I had a screen somewhere with that on it. Currently, we're going to be taking the ones from the Monkey Maker, I think, and using those. So the current planned colors are blue, green, red, purple, orange, pink, black, white, yellow, and brown. So these are the colors that you're going to be able to select from in the game. Yeah, we're adding more colors. We're making it so it's not just the locked into the 4. You're gonna try to make one of the AI learn stuff? No, I'm just, again, I'm not a programmer, so a lot of that stuff is just over my head. Like, I'm perfectly comfortable acknowledging, like, I don't know how to do that stuff. I could learn it if I really wanted to dig in, but it's a matter of whether I want to spend that time to learn all that stuff. And again, programming just doesn't interest me that much. Like, it really doesn't do that. How do you go about devlogs? Myself, I need to change up the way I do devlogs, but my way of making devlogs usually is I make a thing, and then I write a script about the thing that I made, kind of trying to relate it in the most, like, easy to understand, like, tech-speaky way. I record a voiceover for that. I edit the voiceover because I inevitably flub like a crap ton of lines. Like a 15-minute voiceover will generally take me like 45 minutes to an hour to record. I cut out all my messed up lines so it's all nice and clear. I put that into my video editor, and then I go find video clips that I recorded while I was making something and cut those up to what I'm saying. It is a very inefficient process that I'm trying to adjust because it takes me too long to make videos, and that's one of the things I'm burnt out on, so I need to adjust the way I make videos. But that's how I have done it for the last several years. That's my general approach.
Penny.
Should you make a devlog for the game you're working on? It's up to you. Here's the thing. When you start making devlogs for the game you're working on, time is now being taken away from working on your game to produce devlogs. So where do you want your time to go, right? Everything in life is a balancing act. Devlogs can help you get an audience. They can also do nothing, and they could waste a bunch of time if you don't get an audience that cares about them. So you could end up spending a lot of times doing devlogs that don't get seen, and now you haven't put that time into the game. It's a battle, right? It's kind of like weighing pros and cons. It really is. You want to see the rant video I was talking about? So what I'm gonna do, Irma, is I'm probably, because if you're still down to try out editing with it, what I'm probably gonna do is sit down for like half an hour and just kind of talk about it. I'll probably mostly just address it and talk to you, and then just be like, all right, go through and cut it down to like 10 minutes and make me sound smart. AI developed devlogs. I've considered like. So for me also, the way I write my scripts, like I have a very particular way that I speak. So I write the way I speak. I don't write my scripts in the way that I would be writing like a document. Like, let's see, if we go into, like, YouTube scripts. Like, here's the raffle. Like, this is the one I've written this script, and I need to record it still and do all of this. So, like, I write my scripts line by line in, like, the way that I speak, and then I'm able to kind of break it. I'm able to, while editing, kind of, like, I'm able to record, like, individual lines because I'm shit at reading out loud and making it sound good. So, there's a lot of, like, going through, and I'll just sit here, I'll pull it up and be like, okay, hey there, how's it going? I want to start off this video with a user experience design scenario. How do you create blah, blah, and then I'll screw up and be like, ah, okay, how do you create that? And then I'll cut out the part that I screwed up from the voiceover. And I now record with Adobe, actually I now record in OBS most of the time, or Adobe Audition. I used to record with Audacity. Make a video on stream. I might be able to do that now. I used to not be able to do that on my old computer when I was, like, heavily making videos all the time and streaming a lot. I couldn't, my computer couldn't handle streaming and running a video editor at the same time. My new one should be able to, though, so that might be something to look at. Make Vimlark sound smart. I need to sound smart. SMRT. S-M-A-R-T. Started streaming last month, just do content, which is fun for you. Getting the audience is secondary for me. See, and that's the way to go about it. You're going to have much more fun. If your goal is to grow, you basically have to sacrifice the enjoyment of it and try to do what people want to see, right? I'm in that weird mix where, like, I'm not, because, so I was able to, I was in a weird state, right? I had a decent number, I think in like the beginning of 2020, I had around like 9,000 subscribers on YouTube. Then the pandemic hit. And during that time, I was like, okay, I'll start streaming. I'll make more YouTube videos. And then I got lucky, and I was one of the 20 winners for the Game Maker's Toolkit. Got to make a video about that. And then, like, a lot of stuff blew up, and I was able to, I got some good traction off of that. I didn't go insane. Like, I didn't blow up or go insane or anything like that. Like, I'm not, like, millions of subscribers or any of that. But, I was able to, at least during the pandemic, because I got furloughed from my job, so, like, I was technically employed, but I wasn't working or getting paid. And I was able to survive like that for about 2 years. And it sucked. And so now, and kind of making that, like, your life and your living is really rough. And then going back to work, I went back to work in March. So now I've got, you know, most of my, like, I've got the base levels, like, I can pay rent, I can, you know, get most of our food and that kind of stuff. We have healthcare, that kind of thing. That helped a lot, and I've been struggling to get back in the mode of doing it for fun again. Which, it was the Make the Way game. The robot where you're, the robot's always running and you drop the stuff into the scene to make it get to the exit. That's the one that did well. Cartarva, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I'm getting back into Monkeys with Guns. I'm finally just biting the bullet and doing it. Have I found my visual style? Yeah, I have a pretty distinct pixel art style. Like, I'm not a well-rounded pixel artist. I'm good at the style of pixel art that I do, at least in my own opinion. And most people tend to like the things that I make in pixel art. But if you look, like, a lot of my games, unless if it's like a vector art type thing, that's usually art I didn't do. But a lot of my games have a very similar pixel art style. That I think I've developed my pixel art style for characters for sure. And I kind of live in that. I'm not well-rounded. Like, I can't do stuff in other styles. Like, I can make them the way I make stuff. And I think that's fine. It just depends what you're trying to do. Games are super polished. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, I've been working, like, even, like, stuff like this, right? Like, I've been playing around. I've been making Elden Ring characters in NES NES palettes, right, at a small size. Like, I even think this is still my style. And that just takes time and playing around with and finding what you like and what looks good. That one's it's just a lot of trial and error. You want these? I need to do something more with them. I'm still working on Radon. And I have a few more I want to do. How you do that? I pull up a picture of the thing and just start going. Like, it's a lot of back and forth. I mean, I've already deleted Radon's body 5 times. Ronnie was a bitch. I redid her body. I redid her probably 6 or 7 times. It's basically you start with kind of a blob and start kind of messing out with that. Do I use a mouse or tablet? Currently with these, I have a drawing tablet. But I used to do everything with a mouse, so you can do it with both. Whitefall does all his stuff with a mouse. It kind of just depends on what you like or what you have access to. Couldn't do cool pixel art to save your life. Honestly, it's where you want to spend your time, right? So this is kind of that example, right? Like, I could get better at programming, but I don't put the time and energy into the boring parts of being good at programming. I put my time and energy into getting better at, like, art and design and UX, right? That's where I put my focus. All of it is practice, and all of it is just how much energy and time you put into it. You'll always get better, no matter what. So it's just where you put your time in. You're a big mouse guy? Mouse is great. If you're doing pixel art, drawing with a mouse is fine. Like, it's really not a huge issue to draw with a mouse in pixel art. I generally draw with I bounce between the two. Like, I literally draw with the mouse. I'll use my tablet, and I'm like literally holding my pen in my hand like this, using my mouse. I don't think I can get my mouse high enough. Like, I literally work like this a lot, right? Like, I'll be drawing, and then I'll work with like this. So I'm very used to using my mouse with the pen in my hand at the same time. So I bounce back and forth all the time. And drawing tablets are also, they take a little bit of getting used to. So, like, if you've never used them, if you get one, they're awesome. But they'll take you like a month to get used to. But yeah, I use them both at the same time. Like, I do all of my, like, fine-tuning with the mouse, and I do all my animating with the mouse. But, like, for, like, the general drawing and kind of, like, getting shapes and kind of getting everything together and refining, I generally use the tablet now. Mostly because also I'm lucky enough that I recently got a drawing tablet with a screen. Like, I used to have one of these ones, which most people have, which are, you know, the tablet where you can't actually see anything on it. Right? Like, it's just a standard tablet that you draw on, and you have to stare at your monitor while you draw, and I really didn't like that process. I have definitely 100% found a love for having a monitor that I can see what I'm drawing on while I draw it, so I was able to get one with a screen, and that's been amazing. But it's a little pricey. Like, I think the one I got it was like $250. So it's not like it's a cheap thing to upgrade to. Although drawing tablets with screens are 100% more reasonable today than they were like 5 years ago. Like, when I got, or 10 years ago, when we got this tablet, when we got this one, at the time, if you wanted to get a tablet with a screen in it, you were paying over $1,000, $1,500, maybe $2,000. Nowadays, I was able to get a decent 13.5-inch drawing tablet with for about like $250, which is super reasonable. Super reasonable. You love making loose, fluid, hand-drawn art? Yeah. Like 400? Yeah, I got Amazon. I got the XP pen, which was pretty reasonable for a drawing tablet with a screen in it, honestly. I got this one. I got this one right here. XP pen, 13-inch. It's not the newest version. It's one of their older ones. It has a screen, comes with the pen, all the nibs, all of this, and it's about $220, which is really reasonable for one with a screen in it, right? Because you're effectively buying another monitor. The Wacom ones are insane. Like, Wacom's super expensive. Like, that the other one I have, that's a Wacom Intuos Medium Pro, and those are a lot more. Like, if you want like a Cintiq, which are like kind of the pinnacle of that, Cintiqs are, you know, even as Cintiqs have gone down in price, I mean, you're still like, it's still not terrible, yeah, but you can get down to like $1,500. Again, there's price ranges for everything. You want the Huions? The Huions I've heard are really good too. I've heard the Huions are really good. I got the XP pen because I had several friends that have used XP pens, and they have them, and they said they really liked them, so it was a decent enough price. Huions are pretty good too. Huions are super reasonable too, right? Yeah, Huions are about the same realm as the XP pens for the ones with screens. So if you want a drawing tablet with a screen, you're looking around 250 with tax to probably around like 500. I mean, upwards of like, you know, $1,500. And again, price of admission, right? Software you use, the tools are They can be expensive. Wife prefers to paint on iPad. I've heard the experience of drawing on an iPad is fantastic with, is it Procreate on the iPad? If you have the iPad and the pencil, I've heard that experience is awesome. We got my wife let's see, we got her the... Surface Studio Pro? This one was expensive, but my wife's she's an illustrator. That's what she does. So I was looking for the best laptop that had a drawing experience because she didn't want an iPad because she needed a new laptop too. So this is how she does everything on top of drawing. So we got her one of these, and these are like with the pen that comes with the Studios. These are fantastic, but they're pricey. But this is a whole like the laptop itself. Actually, the screen folds over, so it works like a normal laptop, and then folds out and can fold completely flat. So you can draw on it. They're really cool. Like, this thing is really cool. It's a really amazing device. She loves it, so I'm really happy she likes it. But yeah, like this. The whole back folds out, and you can lay it down, which is amazing. It's really cool. And you can get, like, it comes with, I had to buy it separately, but you get like an extra pen, there's a pen that goes specifically with it, and she says the drawing experience on it, that pen right there, the drawing experience on it is great. She loves it. You actually, no, it's pricey. I mean, again, these are professional realm stuff, right? Like, my wife is a working she's an illustrator. That's what she does. So, when we were looking at getting her a new computer. The reason all of us, my family, we all got very, well, lucky is not the best word, but my grandfather passed away last year, and I had some inheritance that came my way that we were able to get. It wasn't a lot, but we were able to get the whole family. Like, I upgraded my computer. I got my daughter a new computer because she was using like one of my 10-year-old laptops, and my wife was using a 2012 MacBook. So we upgraded everybody's computer devices. Just because it was time, right? That way we all have like decent computers to work forward for the future. It's not like we hadn't upgraded computers in a long time. The family was in desperate need of it. So we figured if we were getting new computers, we might as well go a little bit higher on the higher end to make sure that it'll last longer. You rather prefer a sketchbook? Well, my wife does sketches. Actually, most of her stuff she paints on. She mostly paints on like wood and palettes. Like she does watercolor, but then she takes it into the computer and like alters things digitally. Like this. This is painted on wood. Oh, like she's real big on oh, it's the only wood one she has on here right now, but like this is giant. This hangs over our bed. This is probably 5 feet by like 4 feet. These ones are smaller. These are all colored pencil and watercolor. Yeah, she works all over. I mean, she does digital. She does a lot of digital stuff too, but like these are all pencil on paper. Drawings are dumb cool. Yeah, she's really talented. She's really good at what she does. Like, they're just super pretty stuff. Yeah, but she works with watercolor, and like she has a watercolor color pencil style that she does a lot of. What's her website? Oh, yeah, I can give her a website. She's revamping it right now. She's using Illustrator to digitize. No, she uses Photoshop to digitize. So what we do is we use a DSLR and shoot it, and we've got a couple of mobile lights. So I set up a light, and we basically do a copy slide technique where we use a DSLR, shoot it into RAW, and then she can use the RAW conversions out to get all the colors the way she wants it, and get a really high resolution file, and then she updates them in Photoshop. When she does do a lot of work in Illustrator when she's doing vector art, but this all is all of her like fine art stuff for the most part is all raster based. Last time I misread the name as default. Yeah, last name's not default. But yeah, so you can, if you work physically, though you have to jump through a bit more hoops if you work physically to get your stuff digitized and on a computer. That luckily she has me to help her a lot with that. Because of, again, I've got a photography background. So we are a little bit lucky in that regard where I'm able to kind of set up lights and shoot these things in a way that makes them easily to transferable into the computer. But it's like this one was a pain. This thing's huge. Like this piece is awesome, but this piece is this big. It's like this big by this big, and it's on a giant piece of wood. So it's like I can't put that on we can't put that on a scanner and scan it in. So we had to light it and photograph it, and yeah, you just have to jump through a couple of extra hoops when you work traditionally. Oh, I totally forgot Lana had a Kickstarter going. What's up, Straunch? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I forgot Lana had a Kickstarter going for Strain. They funded already, didn't they? Didn't she fund immediately? I heard she was just on Jason Wyman's podcast, too. Or not podcast, but his game dev show. Which is rad. Lana's super awesome. Like, if you guys don't know Lana Lux, I mean, one, she's killing it on Twitch, so you definitely know... If you're here, you should definitely know Lana. Lana's freaking awesome. Who's Lana? Lana Lux. She's just Lana Lux on Twitch, right? Is she just Lana Lux, or is it Lana_Lux? Yeah. Check out Lana. She works in Unity and is super, super talented. Like, you want someone who knows programming. Lana knows her shit. Lana is awesome. Super cool. Super cool. Definitely go check her out. Has a game called Strain that's super cool. But I mean, she's generally pulling in like 300 and some odd viewers most days, so she's killing it. She's killing it right now. I'm super happy her thing got funded on Kickstarter. Next Saturday you can play for her if you want to play. Wait, does she have a demo available already? Crap. Oh, I messed up the monkey. Sorry. Does she have a demo available already? I would love to show that off. Yeah? Okay. I'll actually, I need to make I'll plan to do that next Saturday and show that off. Hell yeah. Oh, stupid links. Actually, here, let's just do this. Let me find Steam. We'll throw the link in chat. It's just Strain, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a full crazy RPG. But yeah, here. Wishlists are free. Go at the very least wishlist the game. Is there a demo for early access? What's up, Mr. Zen? I'm looking cute AF. Thank ya. Surprisingly not nice to watch while anime. What do you mean surprisingly? Hey, what does that mean? That sounded awfully backhanded there. Sounded awfully backhanded. Like, I was like, that's very sweet. She did all that solo? Yeah. I think so. I know she does all the modeling and all the coding. Links are showing up. They only show up when I post them. The ones you posted didn't show up. I was actually gonna... if you could click my name... Or, yeah, click my name, click Whisper, and send me that link, Straunch, that would be awesome. To wherever it's available, because I would definitely love to check that out. You need to go? Oh, no worries, remember, and have a good one, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving soon. Thank you for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. Please have a great rest of your day. Or night. It's night for you. I have too many friggin' pages open, man. It's ridiculous. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Yeah, I just... Like, personally, when it comes to, like, the game dev, like, the indie space and, you know, content creator world, like, I just want to be able to be happy about everyone else making stuff and shout it out and, you know, make sure that people know about their stuff because it's awesome. I don't know. I just get excited for other people. I like people making things. It makes me happy. Stream was muted again. Stop muting it. Aha. There you go. If you guys want to check out the main page for it. For Strain. Sick. Thank you. Yeah, I'll do that I'll do that next Saturday. Been playing any games lately? Lots of Elden Ring. Lots of Elden Ring. 100% at Elden Ring. I've been playing Dicey Dungeon a bunch. I've gotten back into Spelunky 2. And I think that's mainly what I've been playing. We were playing Inscription on stream a couple of Sundays, and that was a lot of fun too. I haven't gone back to that yet, though. Thought maybe I played. No, I haven't played it yet. I've actually... Lana streams early for me. Generally, by the time I'm, like, up and running and able to, like, go look at streams and stuff, Lana's ended. She streams, like, early morning for my time zone. So I generally don't get to catch what she's doing most of the time anymore. Or most of the time. So I've been a bit off. I think I saw on Twitter that she had posted that she got funded. So I was like, that's awesome. But yeah, I haven't checked out anything yet. So it'd be really cool to go through. I'll go in completely knowing nothing. Alright, let's see. Who can we go raid? Who live? Who's around? Want any hints? Nah, I'll go into it with nothing. I kind of prefer that. I think it's fun. Especially on like Saturdays when we're talking about design and all that kind of stuff. It gets to bring up stuff. You can be a character in the game. That's a good Kickstarter reward. Before I go to sleep, next time the game is played on Saturday, think you'll enjoy it? Hell yeah! Played wrong 4 times, actually got through it. I mean, that's part of it, though, right? Like that, I tend to find those kinds of things as helpful pieces of information for a designer to know where people didn't realize what they were supposed to do. Team Vash, they are not live right now. I think they got raided after our person yesterday. We can go see Evan working on Retro MMO or Auroral, who is working in Unreal. I haven't raided either of them in a little while. Oh, never mind. Joe just went live. We're going to raid Joe. We're going to go raid Pixlar. Joe just went live, so we're going to wait a couple minutes for Joe to be there. I think Team Vash is going to complete their game. Pretty ambitious. It's a very ambitious project. I really don't know the details of their game. I only recently found out about them. So I really couldn't tell you. It's a really ambitious goal. So maybe? I don't know. Making an MMO in general is... I always have a bit of hesitation when someone says they're making an MMO. So that always makes me just a little bit like, good luck. And I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I mean, I hope the best for them. I hope they are able to pull off what they want to do. But MMOs are gnarly as hell, and they've got a very ambitious project that they're looking at. I stream very late for you. Time for your sleep? No problem. Go to sleep if you gotta go to sleep. Yeah, time zones are just a bitch. The problem is I'm in the West Coast, which means my time zone sucks horribly for everything. Because I'm the farthest back you can pretty much get unless you're in Hawaii, in terms of time zones, which means like when I start streaming at noon my time, which is like 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. So all of Europe is already like it like, into the mid to late evening by the time I start streaming. It's a problem of living on the West Coast. The West Coast is just crap for time zones because there's nobody behind me to watch that in like an earlier time zone other than Hawaii, unless you swing all the way back around to like Australia and Japan and they're at the next day. Time zones just suck. Any advice for finding team members? Game jams are a really good place usually. See if you can team up with people for a game jam to work on a small project first to see how you work together. But other than that, finding team members is really difficult, especially if you can't pay people, because getting people to dedicate their time to a project, especially if it's your idea and you want someone to make your idea, it's very difficult. And especially if you don't have any kind of like working product of what the idea is, it's even harder to get people in. I generally suggest like game jams are the best place to meet people. See, like a lot of times game jams will have team up like channels in Discord, so you can try to meet people there. And if you work well with people, then you can kind of see where you go from there. But yeah, finding teammates are difficult for a game, especially if you want people to work on a game project that's your idea. Because at that point, you're effectively becoming a boss of people that you're not paying. So yeah, without any kind of compensation, it's difficult. Other than that, try to convince friends that are into it. Find people that, like if you're a programmer and you have a friend that's an artist that's never worked on games, be like, hey, you want to try and work on something with me? So I figure, yeah, it's difficult because really, right? Like if you have a game idea, think about it this way, right? If someone came to you and said, hey, I had a game idea, I'd like you to come work on it with me. And you're like, but I have my own ideas I want to make. Why would I spend my free time making, the free time making your idea? It's hard to balance that. It's hard to get someone to agree, to be like, yeah, I'm down for that. Either that, or you have to find someone who you work well with and collaborate with, and then you also have to give up some say in the game to what they believe and what they think, because they're now a part of the team as opposed to just someone who's working on it. Friends ever want to make games? I mean, yeah, I feel you. It's the same boat. I've been in that boat many times. It's a challenge, right? That becomes now a personnel challenge. Perfect plan, get a job in a game studio and steal their workers for your game. But you have to make sure you have money to pay them, because those are people that understand being paid to work on a game. So get a job at a game studio, make friends, and then you can either... I mean, that does happen a lot. Game studios, there are people that break out and they start their own little studio. But then you're running a business with them. Again, once you're asking someone to do what you want, there's some value that needs to exchange hands, right? Like, why would somebody... you would not believe how often... It doesn't happen as much anymore because I've kind of shut it down. But I used to get contacted all the time with people being like, hey, I've got a great idea for a game. How about I tell it to you, you make the game, and we split it 50-50? And I'm like, where is the benefit in this for me? You had an idea, I do all the work, and we split it? Why would you ever want to do that? That is not a good... Like if I accept that, I'm a moron. That is me not valuing my ability, skills, or time. Now, if there's a project out there that you're interested in that looks cool and they're looking for people that would like, they're like, hey, if anybody wants to help, cool, you can jump on that. But I definitely can't, I have a hard time even accepting help from people that I can't pay. It's like, I've had people like, oh, I'll help you with this. But what happens is if you're not paying people, what usually happens is, oh, someone will come on, they'll help you for a week or two, and then they disappear and you never hear from them again because, again, they're not being compensated for their time, so they have no reason to be dedicated to a project. If you don't pay people, you generally don't have people that are dedicated to the project, and it generally falls apart, I find. Unless they're also part of, the core and have, say and power within it. Studio rework, there was a situation where a group of people left to make their own game. They did not succeed and had to come back. Yeah, that happens a lot. Again, we were talking about it earlier. You weren't here earlier, but we were talking about, a lot of times you'll hear about people doing that, or you'll hear about the solo game dev that makes the thing and does really well. Those are the exceptions, not the rule. For every time you hear about it working, there's thousands of people that have tried it and failed. It's just part of what it is. Looks like Joe's ready. Sweet. I actually didn't have a stream up. Do I have a website? Not really. I had a website, and I didn't really have anything to... It didn't make sense to keep it. so I got rid of it. I had it because of a Squarespace sponsorship, so I made a website to do the Squarespace sponsorship, and then I realized I don't really need a website. I have my itch, I have my YouTube, I have that, so I just send people to those. So it's pretty much just itch and YouTube are my main places, and and then there's Discord. But I couldn't find a good reason to keep the website and keep it up. Like, I just wasn't updating it, and I didn't really know what to use it for. So websites nowadays are kind of just link repositories, and meh. Make me a website this week. Again, what goes on the website? It just links out to everything else that I do, so there's not really a need for a website. I mean, I still have the name. I still have Vimlark.com as like a... I still have the domain. I just don't have anything on it. I don't have anything hosted. Websites are kind of like, unless you have like a good dedicated, like I think if like when Monkeys with Guns gets up and running, I'm sure we'll make like a Monkeys with Guns portfolio. I mean, yeah, I should. I'm really bad. I've working in graphic design. I've been at the same company for like 10 years. I don't have an updated portfolio. I haven't made one. And I would have to have two portfolios. I would have to have one that was like my professional life and one that was my game dev stuff. And it takes a lot of time to put those together. So basically I can stop working on things to put that together or just keep making things. And I haven't found that I've lost anything by not having a website right now. But like when we get Monkeys with Guns up and running, we'll definitely do like a Monkeys with Guns game, .com kind of a thing most likely, or I don't know what the website will be, but I'm sure we'll get a website dedicated specifically to that. I don't know. It just hasn't been a need, so I haven't done it. Accomplishments, yeah. Started a website in the middle of game dev, then never finished the game. Stuff. Yeah, basically everything you do starts the same with people saying, should I do devlogs? It's like, well, are you willing to commit to the time to making the devlog on top of the game? Because you've just added a whole nother project to your game by doing devlogs on top of it. Where do you want to spend your time? And that's kind of what you got to value. All right, let's go send some love over to Cup of Joe. Joe is a super awesome pixel artist. Like, if you think I'm anywhere decent at pixel art, Joe's disgustingly good. It's the man is amazing, and like the hypest dude you'll ever meet. Joe is amazing. So, if you haven't had enough of me, I do have a YouTube channel full of like videos and things right there, full of random game dev stuff, pixel art, all sorts of different things. And let's go send some love. We also have a Discord right there if you want to chat and talk to all the people. I need to get that kind of up and running. I'm trying to communicate more in there. I've been really bad the last several months, almost 9 months because of, like we were talking about earlier, just falling into a huge depression and all that. I'm trying to get out of that. So I'm going to try and be a little bit more active in there. But let's go raid our good friend Cupo Joe. And Joe is like the hypest dude you'll ever meet. Super fun stream. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I know we didn't do a whole lot, but I needed that time to kind of go through what I had, discuss everything, talk it out loud. For me, streaming and talking it out loud like this is really incredibly helpful. It allows me to just kind of get my thoughts together in a much clearer way. Like both Vimlark side Monkeys with Guns Saturday. Alright, no worries. It's all good. It's all good. Gave you the motivation? Excellent. Well, I hope you have fun. But yeah, let's go send some love to Joe. When we raid with hearts. Throw some hearts in the stream. If you have the raid hearts, we got them right here. If you got the emotes, if you don't, use any other heart you have from anywhere else. It doesn't matter. I just like to show up to people's streams and show them as much love as we can. So I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening. I will be back next week on Saturday, and I will talk to you guys then. Take care, stay safe, stay healthy, and be good to each other. Bye, everybody. And raid.